Welcome back to NECC. We are finally getting into the meat and potatoes. It's the playoffs. That's finally what we've all been waiting for. I am Light Rose, and joining me is the wonderful McCready. And well, we're in the quarterfinals, so we've got two teams kind of on the opposite ends of the spectrum right now.
Yeah, we do. We have the second seed going up against that seventh seed. And these two teams, they have got that little bit of history. It is going to be Clark Red from Clark University going up against Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. That's a bit of a mouthful, so we'll say SIUE, I think. That's the best way to go. Yes, these two teams last week have played against each other, and it did not go well for the side of SIUE. It was Clark Red taking that victory in a good short 2-0. So the question is, are we going to see that rematch? Like, are we going to see SIUE bringing in these changes that clearly were needed from that last game? Or, well, how's it going to go? Only time will tell.
I mean, that is going to be a radical change if they want to defeat this team. But we want to look at the rosters for both of these teams because we want to know, who are the players behind all of them. And, well, on Clark Red, you've got not cream cheese, it's cream and cheese. You got see you later, butter, and rated. So I like the coordination on, like, 3 of these names. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, you got the food vibe going on, but I think See You Later is my favorite name. And
That's a pretty good one.
yeah, it's a pretty good one. And Later is a player that I have actually seen and have been quite impressed by. But cheese and butter in the games that I've seen from this team have been incredible. On the flip side, though, we do have SIUE Black. And, well, it is Commie Puppy, Dickle Pants, One Tap, Kolkikos, and Fuhota. They're going to be fronting this team, looking to make that change, make that comeback into the playoffs. I mean, everything's reset now, so this is the chance, put that whole group stage behind you. This is where you can really get into it.
And now, as we will start to take a look at the bracket, seeing what these two teams, who they are eventually going to play if they win. And what you can see that if these teams are going to duel it out, whoever wins will face the winner of Hastings Broncos and BVU Beavers. And then we can kind of see what the inevitable finals might be on both ends. So I think the story is definitely SIUE having a lackluster group stage, losing to Clark Red in the previous week. And well, I think part of that is that they've had a couple forfeits. So maybe their record isn't as bad as it may seem. They might have had some scheduling problems, but so far, this just looks like Clark Red is going to have the inherent advantage.
Well, yeah, I mean, you look at the stats and, well, yeah, they don't lie. The stats never lie, but they don't always tell that full story. Like you said, those forfeits can have that big impact. That can be scheduling, availability, whatever. But those are 2 games that we didn't get to see Southern Illinois University play. And in doing so, that's 2 victories they could have had taken off the board. They have that 1-6 record so far, but that, like you say, might not be the full story. But it is a complete reset. They are able to come into these playoffs fresh, funky, and ready to go. And I do just want to say, looking at these team names, they're also professional. I mean, my university team name was called Live, Laugh, Love.
Well, I mean, there's probably a reason why you're casting right now.
Yeah, probably.
Instead of playing. So, going on over to the maps, we have Villa, which, I mean, right now, I've seen so many Villa in some map pools recently, so no surprise that's here. But Bank as the second one may be a little bit of a surprise, and then ending it just on Cafe. I like the nice variation that we have going here. Not sticking to the Clubhouse, the Oregon. Bringing in the Bank one is something that I love to see, especially with SIUE bringing it.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked at Clark Red. Villa isn't a map that I'm that surprised by. It's a map that we've seen them on. They've excelled. Looking towards that Bank, I mean, SIUE, well, things haven't been going well in that group stage. That 1-6 record, granted with a couple of forfeits. Bank is the time to really bring things out. It's not that out there of a map. It is a map that you can kind of go to, and every team should know it, but it's a map that isn't that go-to. So this might be an opportunity to bring something they might not be prepared for, go out the gate. Maybe not from the very start racing, because you've got to go through Villa first, but looking towards the latter half, definitely bring it back to that home field, make them uncomfortable, make them play on a map that they might not be 100% certain on. And then when you go towards that final map all the way over in, I believe it was Cav.
Yes.
I think it's a similar vein. They just want to say, right, we'll just bring it back to basics.
Mm-hmm. So, kind of getting in the match. We're already in Lion, though. As the first ban, that is a variation from what we've seen. Usually you might see a ranged hard breach, maybe a jackal, but clearly Cheese is calling a spade, saying it's a target ban. And, well, I mean, Lion, right now, he has kind of seen a rise in pick rate. So even though it could be a specific ban for a specific player, I think actually taking Lion off is a good enough ban.
A map like this, there's so much soft destruction on Villa. I think it's 80% of that map is soft and can be C4'd. You really don't want to risk things with your hard breaches. So A's taken off the board. That's very fast hard breach, ranged hard breach taken away. Habana still available, does have a lot of options and what you can. A lot of flexibility. You can make small holes, big holes, full breaches, small little rotates. It's entirely up to you. So things aren't entirely over in the ban phase, but Cade and Alibi to round things out, I think Alibi might be a little bit of a target ban.
We always have to talk about what isn't banned. And originally what SIUE had was like the triple threat. Azami, Valkyrie, Mira, which are operators that, might get banned on other maps, might get banned on Villa, but for this scenario, SIUE now is able to utilize all the tools. They actually swap off of the Valkyrie onto the Wamai. That's what Gold Unicorn has. So clearly they want to bring, a more utility in an aisle. Have that Mira, make sure she's got a little bit of coverage. And I like that personally. I think you will have just some more coverage with something like a Wamai or a Jaeger than that information you might get with the Valkyrie.
Maybe long, looking over towards that study side, having those Wamai magnets just make life a lot easier, a lot more time burn with it, especially combined with these castle barricades. The attackers no doubt have to get rid of. No sledge on the board. No, they only have the Ash. Basically take those out from range. You'll have to have a banner get close to those breaching charges. That's to take it out. Starting things off though, Commie Puppy, not the way things want to go. Dicklepan's taken off the board. And a beautiful opening pick from that Mirror.
And, well, actually, I think we're having trouble a little bit fighting it, but clearly losing your Azami, that is a huge piece of the puzzle off the board, because now Kiba barriers aren't going to be able to use to waste time, waste utility, all of that. And if Gold Unicorn is the first player to die on the side of SIUE, well, Clark Red just might be able to walk away with this first round easy as pie, but Gold Unicorn very close to walking away with the kill. They do, and there's more to their name as one tap is also going to grab one.
Yeah, and as one tap finds that pick, and it means that Gold Unicorn can back up, things have evened out. But most importantly, the defenders now have that one player advantage, starting things off strong. Whereas Clark Red, they started, they pushed through, they had the pinch, they had the rotation cut off. Things just didn't go well. Those gunfights, those shots weren't landed. Now, the rest of Clark Red, the three players, will have to push together. The refrags, they're going to have to come straight away. And you have a lot less flexibility in terms of attacking this side. Gold Unicorn will be picked off, though, by Cheese. Looking to even things out with a minute 36 on the board. So really good time waste from the defense. One tap, just waste a little bit more time, get to side if you can, but you're going to have to go against these attackers. That's not going to work. Rated with the R4C will find that pick.
Ooh, and just that changes the tide just like that. There aren't going to be any roamers that Clark Red is going to have to worry about, because you've got Kolkikos all the way back in 90. Kami Puppy is actually inside the site itself. So Clark Red has about a minute that they just have to focus on the site. They have 3 players alive. They have Kairos, they've got flashes, they still have Ash charges as well. I feel like everything is just kind of in their corner. The fact that Kami Puppy doesn't have a C4, if Clark Red, they just take their time, don't blow this out of the water by having, let's say, Butter go down before opening a hole in that vault, this should be their round.
Yeah, you look at that vault opening up, there's a huge cutoff between these two sides, and it means whoever's playing over towards that game's room, that's going to be Kami Puppy and Kolkikos, they're going to have a very difficult time responding to the push into Aviator. They have got the mirror window to work with, but a push through that zombie door and a push through vault could really cause problems. Right now, Clark Red, more than happy to let that timer go down while they get into position. Commie Poppy's going to kick things off, finding one kill, finding two with Rated, and it just goes prone. Time to get out that diffuser. It is in your pocket, but with the C4 off the board, you're going to have to get very aggressive. Cheese comes off the plant and is rotating, goes into vault and gets the kill, but not the round. The defenders will win that through off time, and they will start that round, this match, with the first round.
Well, an exciting one for that, and Kami Puppy having a body block. As you see, that with the amount of time on the clock, she just could not stick the diffuser and had to go for kills, and just the position that Clark Red had put themselves in that situation just led to inevitable defeat. I'm surprised that we didn't see Rated or whoever was on the Habana. I think it might have been Cream, but whoever was on the Habana, it was Butter, just immediately run the default. Like, not try to take any of the gunfights, just get cover by that vault door, try to get the plant down, and have everybody else cover it, because there was not any denial on the defensive side. I mean, it's potentially that like Red didn't know that, but you still want to take the risk, because you can still have the attackers shoot out C4s, shoot out the mirror from the, you know, the eensy beensy little pixel that she was able to use. So I think Clark Red, there's just a couple key decisions that you make slightly different ones in the future, and you'll give yourself a round win.
Yeah, I think, for example, one of them, I would like to see Rated move into that vault position just before that main push. You distract that mirror completely. They're able to push in towards that vault door. They get the default plant down, but that is going to have to wait for another round. Like you say, just little decisions costing Clark Red there. But right now, they're going to have the opportunity to try and make some of that. Right, they're going to be going for that attack over towards that master study push. Looking for trophy statue side. It's pretty standard. They want to deal with the roamers over towards the statue side, the study side, the 90 side. They want to take control of that 90 very quickly, because if they can do that, they get an overwhelming control of the map. So Rated gonna have that drone followed in. Will be able to spot that roamer, but does not know exactly where Gold Unicorn has gone. Able to make a rotate for themselves. They should be able to get back to point, but very easily. But Later's going to find that kill onto Tickle Pants, and making sure that there is no help for the Wamai.
Well, Wamai is still hungry for more, not actually exiting the real vicinity of where the Clark Red players are. You can see the drone has actually spotted the Wamai, and that will be the official indicator that they probably should vacate that position. Is Clark Red, there's a lot of time and a lot of map control on their side. You can kind of see the split push. They've got a couple players by the master side. They've got a couple by this 90 area. I feel like we're in the same situation, only it's Clark Red much more beneficial to them, because they're around the site with much more time. They have an actual advantage that will be diminished, but for how long? As Rated could immediately find a refrag, but for now, it is a 4v4, and that means Clark Red, they're gonna have to take a little bit more time, use their drones, use their utility, and actually create positions that benefit them.
What I would really like to see from the side of Clark Red right now is Rated. It's going to be difficult. If you can get some droning support, do it. You need to get aggressive on that statue door. If Rated's able to push up, get those bandit charges, it means a whole world can open up for the side of Clark Red at the moment. Rated, though, will go aggressive. The full sprint catches him off guard, and Commie Poppy able to find that frag. No bandit charges taken off the board. No wall's going to be able to get made at the moment, and that's going to be a peek coming out from the Rook. Butter unable to land those shots. Doesn't get damaged by one tap either, so can walk away from that fight very comfortably, very relaxed. As the defenders right now, they just have to sit back. They just have to let the attackers come to them, as is in the name. My Magnet's still on the board. Mirror window's still up. It's going to be a very difficult push with 30 seconds lifeline.
Yeah, that's the one thing about the defense, is you're always going to be in this beneficial position, but if you don't watch your angles, I would say you might meet death. But Commie Puppy, an amazing turnaround, survives and keeps SIUE's chances of winning this round up in a way as well. Clark Red players, you got one in bathroom, one by the master bedroom side, and the chances of just winning this round diminishing slowly to 0, as Butter's going to have to claim 2 and unable to get 1, even 50% in that scenario. So a clearly more beneficial round to SIUE, and now we might have to get to the point where maybe SIUE, we kind of got to start taking them seriously.
I mean, yeah, they've had 2 rounds that they played their time very, very well. That's something I really want to commend them on. Their time play has been amazing. Find these couple of picks, they were able to hold 90, then they pull back. Maybe they haven't got that player back every single time. It's only been 2 rounds in, but you look towards it. Towards the end of these rounds, the positions that Clark Red are finding themselves in really aren't good. I mean, they're stuck looking at a breach that's still electrified. They don't have any walls open. There's Azamis blocking things off. They're pushing in, and they're unable to win some of these gunfights. The reactions of SIUE Black coming in huge at the moment. As we come onto the tertiary side, I don't think this is what Clark Red expected, and I don't think it's what they're prepared for, is to find themselves on the back foot like this so much. But it's a welcome change to what I thought, because you look at it on paper, we should not be seeing this scoreline like. But here we are. We're seeing 2 rounds in the favor of SIUE Black. They're going to that third side, and I'm liking the lineup of operators they brought.
Yeah. Do you have to keep in mind, we are only 2 rounds in. Okay, so like SIUE clearly has the advantage right now, but that is with an asterisk that we have a lot of Rainbow Six to go. Clark Red could clearly turn this on its head and start putting together a massive round break. So far, SIUE has shown up in this map, and you were talking about the operator selection. Having the Comic Puppy in the basement, I like that play because you can see nobody on Clark Red is actually transferring through there. So that pulse really is just going to be able to find some players, spot their heartbeats, as you can see that pulse is doing right now. They aren't actually going to be able to kill them, but it's the information. Knowledge is power, as some would say, and that allows Gold Unicorn to actually push into the bathroom and be ready for some players who might hop into the walk-in window, the master bedroom window, and completely be beneficial towards SIUE.
Yeah, you can see right now, Gold Unicorn, while you can't see that window, you are able to know exactly when that push comes through, but Letha's going to be the player to actually kick things off. While we do see SIUE Black looking towards Master Bedroom, it's 90, there's going to be the problem. Gold Unicorn finds one refrag, but do they have the information of the players watching the flank? As Dickle Pants is able to find Cheese, things not looking good already for the side of Clark Red, but not entirely out there just yet. They still have Fuse, they still have Sledge, and with Rated able to find Dickle Pants, that's going to be one little step closer. Gold Unicorn falls, though. A minute 30 on the clock, the Sledge is gone, the Fuse is still there. It's not over, but you can tell right now that with this pulse, it's not looking great.
Every time, all 3 rounds, SIUE has had the opening death, and they've been able to avenge that player very quickly. Comic Puppy spots, I think, might have spotted the second heartbeat, but the drone for sure sees the pulse. So right now, Comic Puppy playing a little bit of a dangerous game, might be trying to actually hop up on that couch, get some sort of angle, but we're running into the same situation for Clark Red. Time is really starting to be their enemy. You've got 50 seconds left. Now, you didn't have the position that you had before with utility, with time, with map control. You're fighting an uphill battle as the attack. So how will Clark Red be able to come alive? Will they be, pressured into diamonds, or is it going to be SIUE's 3rd round in a row?
Well, the big problem that I'm looking at right now is Clark Red, these walls aren't open. You're looking at Laundry, there's no walls open, there's no vertical pressure done. And while Commie Puppy might not win this gunfight with the UMP, I take that back, they are able to do so. Cream, all by themselves, they're left with a very difficult choice. Do I push the pulse? Do I go through the window, through the prepared lines of sight with definite frost mats, or do I just walk in? It's not going to happen. Commie Puppy able to close things out with a 2K over towards that laundry site, and this is where Clark Red, okay, maybe you didn't pick the attacking side, but we need to have a look. What things are going wrong? What are we making work? How can we change this around? I mean, you touched upon it, SIUE Black, they've got really good refragging in that early round. How are you going to counter that? Do you have any players for the cutoff? Do you have any players just ready to, say, Rated gets that opening pick? Do you have Cheese or do you have Butter nearby just to cover them? Make sure that if Rated goes down, you're not losing that player for nothing?
That's the one thing, is I feel like the way that Clark Red is kind of playing around themselves when they're entering the building, they are near each other. So it's not that you see players entering from, opposite sides of the map. It's just Clark Red are never in the prime position, or they're never in the right headspace to actually get that refrag. So even though SIUE is able to sometimes get an immediate refrag, you're never going to constantly go 2 for 1 as Clark Red. It's always just going to be 1 for 1, and, well, that's benefiting SIUE in this situation. Up 3-0, able to go back to Aviator Games, and they're going to have one more player on this side. You remember, Dickle Pants was team killed in about the first 15 seconds, so imagine what this team will be able to do when they actually have another player to fight back.
Yeah, but not to get all defeatist. I mean, Clark Red, this was a good round that they had. Their roam clear started out strong. While they did lose a couple of players over towards the start, the mid-game, the end game of that round looked very, very good. Just a couple of little things. Maybe an extra player being alive towards the end of that could make life a lot better. But Commie Puppy is going to be that opening pick. The top fragger in the lobby so far. Peeking the window with that sensor out. Yes, you might see... pictures. You might see that the player's there on the camera, but you'll also see it if you just poke your head out with your gun. Well, regardless, SIUE Black, they've been in this situation before. They have that 90 that they're falling back to. There were mine magnets nearby as well. Clark Red, they dealt with it well last time. They dealt with the rest of the roamers, but they have all these players on board now.
This is a little brazen for Commie Puppy. I mean, yeah, he just wants to take some pictures, but that will lead to his death. As the refrag potential that SIUE had, you can't have that happen when nobody is playing with Commie Puppy because of just how unique that scenario was. But Clark Red, they have a lot of drones they're gonna use, but what will they actually do with that information? Dickle Pants was spotted, and now I think you will have See You Later throw frag grenade that only deals damage to Rated. The Ash Charge will actually be able to get rid of the Kiba barrier, as Dickle Pants is just playing in this corner. If the Osa shield doesn't really have the right angle, then, well, it's going to be one player down, another one could follow, but the diffuser being dropped means that it's just going to be one player having to take a little bit of a risk, and Rated will be that player in the end. So Clark Red, they have the advantage. But for how long? I mean, I've said it before, I'm a broken mirror at this point. They've been in advantageous scenarios and dropped them every single time.
Yeah, and Gold Unicorn going to be able to take Laser off the board, knocking us down to that 3 versus 3 with just 45 seconds left to get down on the clock. That 90 has got to get opened up. That vault needs to open up. The same situation, the same 3 players as that first round. And right now, Clark Red, they need to make something happen. SIUE Black, they're not going to peek. They're not going to overextend. They're just going to run that time down. It's like you said in the first round. Just focus on sight. Just focus on staying comfortable. Rated able to find a 3rd pick in this round, though. Gonna kick things off as Kolkikos, the C4 goes out through Vault. They can't back up. They have to play the couches. They have to take the R4C. Gold Unicorn's gonna fall. Kolkikos gets 1. Now you're looking for the 2nd. No, you're not. And Butter's able to close things down to give Clark Red their first attacking round. It may be 3 rounds too late, but they finally got one on the board.
And a lot of that just comes off of the play of Raiden. Got the round kicked off, almost ended the round, but just the space that he was able to make meant that, you know, the pressure was also kind of off his shoulders because you still had Later by his side. So, yeah, it was 3 rounds in. Clark Red does get one on the board, so they still have the potential for a 3-3 side, which is good. I mean, you know, how you started and how you ended, it's always going to be debated whether or not which one's more important. But if the end result is the same, you're going to take that result no matter what. So Clark Red, maybe the scales are starting to shift, but going back to the same side, I don't think we're going to see Commie Puppy just walk into an open window, not even have a gun in their hand, as clearly they're on the Jaeger this time, so I think it should be a little bit more difficult for Clark Red to actually deal with these roamers, but we'll have to see.
I do hope that we don't see something like that. I feel like Commie Puppy, this is something that they will definitely know about. I mean, if it's a mechanical thing, in a reason why you might lose a round, well, okay, what can you do? It's something you can't really help. If it's something like that, I think Commie Puppy, go through their head. Definitely not going to happen again. I mean, these are smart players. The TAC TK has been called. Dickleman's taken off the board. That's a shame. The sacrifice to the Siege Gods apparently worked out and wasn't there last round, so let's not start again. Clark Red, though, they are going to start this push over towards that Aviator game side, and, well, it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Because you're dealing with a lot of roamers, you're cutting off a lot of flank potential with that Nomad on the board, and right now, Gold Unicorn, while you can slow them down early at the start, this Wamai can just take a lot of utility off the board. If you deal with this very quickly, that's going to be huge, but that's going to be rated off the board. The Ash removed the Alpha. See, the driving force of that last round no longer here. Cheese is going to be coming in to try and get that refrag, but it's just going to be way too late. You got to Nomad those stairs. You just got to walk away, cut your losses.
Now losing your hop fragger will hurt, but like you said, you just gotta cut your losses and leave. Tickle Pants playing a very dangerous game, just kind of walking along the middle, going for a flank potentially up those Astro stairs that you mentioned should be air jab, but later gonna catch the player at the last second. So we're back at a 4v4. There's never really a true advantage for either of these teams. It's always +1, -1, +2, -2 in the end, but let's see you later, just doing that exact goodbye to two players in this round who just keep wanting to peek this sledge. Will another player enter their domain? Yes, but unfortunately later is not going to be able to pick that one up.
Yeah, and while they do have that one-player disadvantage, the time and positioning is definitely favoring the side of SIUE Black at the moment. Jaeger has control of Zombie, and Gold Unicorn has control of 90. In doing so, they can cut off the one line of sight all attackers need to cross. While Cream will move forward with this Osa shield, they're gonna have to push up. They're going to have to deal with one of these two players at some point. Time ticking down and the push towards 90 has to take place, otherwise there's so much potential for a flank on the push for default that you just can't allow that to happen. Gold Unicorn is going to have to make something happen right now. Commie Puppy able to find Osa, takes the shield. Abundance Protection's off the board as well. Butter's got to pull back. 30 seconds left. You really need that plant to start going down. But that's going to be Jaeger taken off the board. Butter winning their one. And their side control goes in favor of Clark Red. Cheese and Butter have to push forward. The dynamic duo, the cream, the cheese, the butter, well, maybe not the cream, but now it's all down to Gold Unicorn in the 1 versus 2. The Fuser down, making that rotate, making that line of sight. It's going to give away a bit of your position, but they already know where you're going to be in the first place. Push forward, looking for that gunfight. Do they spot the player? Do they know that they're going to be playing both on this zombie door? I don't think Gold Unicorn does. Maybe going for a fake here. Doesn't actually trigger the sound cue. And now we'll push forward. Able to down one player but not get cheese. And Clark Red, they will pick up another round.
I'm sitting here wondering why Commie Puppy would try to take the gunfight by that map area. Like, Vault is protected. You have that third man as the timer, so use that to your advantage. Force the attack to go in and plan, because clearly that is something that Clark Red struggled with, is actually executing, getting the bomb down. And SIUE, if you could take advantage of that, well, all props to you in the end, because that should be a round win. But we've seen both of these teams just make slight, I would say, errors in their decision. Not errors, but miscalculations that will eventually lead to one result or the other. And I think that we can see some, maybe changes that, just like I said, Clark Red needs to make some changes to their attack. And they've actually started gaining some ground, and now just one round away from tying it up on their own map pick and really changing our perceptions on how this map would go.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm happy for this. I'm happy to see this team bring it back, because Clark Red now, they've got that momentum back in their favor. One round away from closing things out, and while SIUE Black, they do realize, okay, 2 rounds, a little bit too much to be given away. Let's give something else a go. Now this is the make or break round for Clark Red. I mean, this is realistically it. This defines the half. Is it a 4-2 split? Is it a 3-3 split? There's such a huge difference between those two numbers, because going into a 3-3 split on your defense is huge. Going in on a 4-2 is, okay, well, we've got a lot to work on. But if you have that 3-3 split, you can say, right, well, this is our side. It was just a warm-up before. Now Now this is where we're really going to get into the meat and bones of this game, of our playstyle. And Clark Red, they're going to have to deal with the same setup as we saw last time. I mean, the Legion's being brought out this time, which is something that I don't think we had before. We did have that pulse on the board, but having that Legion, I do like that as well.
Now, Legion, it's usually a big counter to the shield operator, so maybe if Cream is trying to push up with the Talon shield, one tap can immediately take that down, but the C4 being prepped by Kami Puppy, I mean, I like the idea in theory, but in principle, clearly needs some work in the end. But Clark Red, their attack is a little bit different than usual. They've always tried to go for an horizontal push. You know, if it was Aviator, they would go for Master. If it was Master, they would go for Aviator. But now that they're going for something different, maybe this will still be beneficial. But I love the play from one tap. There's a lot of loves, a lot of likes, because what these players are doing is extremely beneficial. And the risk play that one tap kind of did there clearly paid off in the end. But unfortunately, you can't get any more than that one. And there's only one other player looking all the way over by this Astro desk, and that still might come with a risk.
Yeah, now they didn't use that Ash breaching charge to actually get control of that mirror window, to get those bandit charges off the board on either wall. It's going to make life very, very hard. But like you say, now that Astra is going to become a bit in no man's land, Kami Puppy can keep the eye on, as Gold Unicorn's able to find a player to even things out. Able to find Wraithed as well, the red stairs. Oh, the red stairs of death, red with blood. And that means Clark Red, they're going to find themselves in another difficult position in this round. But you've got to give them a lot of kudos. That was a very good start from them. They maybe lost that player over towards Astro, but they retook it very, very quickly. They pushed up. They were able to try and just apply that pressure. Maybe you didn't get anything for it, but you made SIUE Black uncomfortable. They had to pull back. That mirror had to play in statue now and could be opened up to Wolf, but Gold Unicorn finding Butter. It's going to be another nail in the possible coffin, as is the time. Cream has to push forward, only one frag on the board so far, and a zombie barriers to break down as well. Well, you will find Gold Unicorn in the back. It's not really going to work out. That plant will start to go down, but the swing from Dickle Pants closes things out. 4-2 split in favor of SIUE Black.
Well, I wonder what's going to happen when the sides are going to fall. As Clark Red, they chose to go to Villa. What was their reasoning behind that? Were they more prepared as a team? Did they know that SIUE Black doesn't have a good track record on this map, as definitely their attack left something to be desired, so maybe the defense is their strong suit, but they're going to have to win at least 4 in the end. And SIUE Black, I know we've got the attacker repick, but this would be a play and a half to bring Blackbeard, Montaigne, and gonna show the Glaz. Probably not gonna pick the Glaz, but it is still interesting to have the Montaigne right off the bat, because usually he's kind of site specific, and to have him on something like Aviator games, there clearly has to be some strategy, some team coordination that is playing around him that is going to be in play.
Yeah, I feel like this is where we really will get to see Clark Red's defense come into play, though, because, like you say, this might be what they prepared for. This might be why they picked the map. They're not bringing that mirror on the board. They do have the Melusian, like you said, that can slow down that Monty very, very nicely. The Glaz being taken off the board, I understand that. I mean, you have the Monty and the Glaz. It can be a very deadly combo. But you might just want Dickle Pants to bring that PDW or bring that AR, and in doing so, it just gives you a little bit more close range capability. A map like Villa, one that a lot of teams can play very aggressively, that makes a lot of sense. In my eyes, like I've always said, a good team on Villa, on their attack, will always look to take that 90 within the first 40 seconds of entering that building. If they don't do it, then things can start to slow down, where we've seen Clark Red really start to struggle before. Now, though, going in for Clay Push over towards Piano, maybe just pushing up those main stairs.
I mean, Montaigne can be a big factor in holding down 90, because you can really just look down these long hallways without much pressure knowing that you might die because you have this giant walking shield that's too far away for explosives, can't be shot from the front. And, well, with Kolkikos, you're having the Banshee get taken out. The shield is gone. It's a unique play. You have to give him that, but so far, it is working out. A lot of time on the clock, as now Bookshelf has been taken, Study will be taken, but Kokikos has to play a little bit careful because there is a player inside of that bar area. If he strays just too far from the path, that will exactly happen. He gets dropped, and now a lot of chances for SIUE to walk away with a win are greatly diminished because that diffuser is down. There is a 2-man difference between you and the enemy, now 3. So, I mean, like I said before with Combi Puppy C4, execution leaves a bit to be desired, but in theory, the practice was very nice.
Yeah, I mean, I do quite like where we were going with that, but unfortunately, like you say, now Dicklepants finding himself in that 1 versus 4. It's going to be a lot of work trying to bring this back. Now, the shield has gone down for Bookshelf, but there's no eyes over towards it. You know that player's playing over towards there because, well, Monty died. You know they can't get too aggressive because of that bar player, like you say. And there is always the worry of those flanks. Do you have a drone still on the board? It's not actually on the field, as far as I can tell. So that's going to be a little bit of information you just can't get right now. With Dicklepants, it's going to be a very uncomfortable push. If they walk forward with that shield out, well, yeah, you're not going to get shot, but the information from Rated will come through. Cheese later can just push up and get aggressive. If you start pushing a Bookshelf, the same thing can happen, and you find yourself between that rock and a hard place. The information from the cameras should definitely be coming through for the side of Clark Red, but it's not. Dicklepant's going to push through, finds smoke, finding Cheese, goes back towards Bookshelf, has to get the fuse up, looks for the Valkyrie, but can't make it happen. The camera almost giving SIUE Black the round, but at the end of the day, Valkyrie with their MPX is going to close things down.
I mean, that scoreboard is starting to diminish, McCready. It's 3-4. SIUE going for an atypical scenario that did not pay off in the end, so I think now you got to rein it in a little bit. Go for more of the default, and I think that is what they are hinting towards. You still have the Osa, the Buck Habana, as both of these teams loving Osa, and I think for good reason on Villa. She can be a threat with a lot of choke points that need to be held, or at least looked upon. And, well, just like Monty, Osa can give you that nice little breath of fresh air. That pressure that usually is put on you when you look down these hallways can be greatly reduced with her in pocket. So these teams are, I think she's been in almost every single lineup that we've seen on the attack, McCready.
Yeah. I don't think you're wrong, actually. I mean, looking towards the attacker lineup, though, I'm noticing the Buck's going out for Flores, the Ying's going out for a Sledge, and while I personally lean towards Sledge in terms of weapon, in terms of frag grenades, on a map like Villa, on a site like Statue Games, you've got to go for Buck, you know, almost 9 times out of 10, because you could just get down below. You can get that utility off the wall. You can open up that triple wall and just make these defenders so uncomfortable. Shut down that freedom of movement that they've been enjoying so far. It's something Clark Red weren't able to do on their attack. Open up that triple wall. I feel like SIUE Black, they should be looking to do that as well. But, well, what plan have they got in mind? How are they looking to do this? Very heavily over towards the study side, droning out, getting this information. They know about the Valkyrie. They know about the Jaeger. How are they going to deal with it now? Do they have a player on main? Is Gold Unicorn just going to take these gunfights by themselves with the player in pocket for the refrag? Or how are things going to work? Dicklepants moving up those main stairs. Flores trying to clear some utility. Well, nothing big's going to happen just yet aside from that map control. This gunfight about to kick off right now.
Barely missing a body, but later hasn't been caught out. I think the Valkyrie camera in a great position spots the Flores on the retreat. I maybe spotted the Claymore, but the Osa shield, the single biggest factor in that fight, it is indestructible from the front, and that allows Gold Unicorn to get 1, get 2, hungry for more now, pushing up the landing. So Clark Red shooting at the wrong area, and now that is just going to lead to 2 deaths, potentially more, as that Rotero drone spots one right across the corner. Dickle Pants barely drops the shield in time, so 2v5. This should be SIUE's round, as long as they, maybe look behind you. Look out for Rated, as he will diminish your backline.
Yes, in doing so, that's Valkyrie off the board, looking for the sledge as well, but the plank's going down. They're looking at the wrong area. Rated using the bulletproof camera, but Corky Gus and Commie Puppy, they're going to close things down. I don't know what happened there. I don't know what I saw, but okay, I'm gonna wind it back. I'm gonna step away from that. I'm gonna leave that for you, Light, but I'm gonna step that back. Rated a huge play on the red stairs. Just noticed nobody was looking towards that. They had no drones, no information on the red stairs. I'm going to push upstairs. I'm going to make that happen. It was a 50-50 on where that diffuser was going to be. You unfortunately went for the wrong way, but let's talk about SIUE Black. They were able to take a lot of control very early on. They took Aviator. They took that map room. They took these kills. These kills were so important. Finding those first 2 players, it allowed them to just push up, get to Wolf, get to that master door. And it's something they've really struggled, that we've really seen them struggle to do on the last time that they were here. So I'm very happy to see that. I'm very pleased with how that round played out for the side of SIUE Black. On the side of Clark Red, I feel like there were a couple of mistakes that were made, but ultimately I feel like I might have just been running at the last second or over-peaking very slightly. But realistically, I feel like SIUE Black, they took that round by the horns.
Just keeping us on our toes this game, I mean. To have that, and then it just to end unrated, showing the bulletproof camera in the fight itself. I mean, we had one of the earlier with Commie Puppy on the post, so I guess it equals out with Raiden. So, 1 for 1 in that scenario. But SIUE now trying to attack this trophy side, actually pushing in from the master, or from the study side. Excuse me, something they did before, but not bringing the Osa. It's like a caster's curse that we talked about, how she was brought in every single round. She was a big factor in why Clark Red were not able to really get anything done on the roam early on, and yet still Dickle Pants wants to bring out the Jackal. So maybe that's the one thing in play, is that they know Clark Red are going to be prepared for it, so maybe just want to root them out with Jackal.
Yeah, I'm very pleased to see that SIUE Black, they are taking this roaming threat seriously. For example, they're pushing up red stairs. They're not able to find the kill onto Butter, but they are taking this into account. They are looking at, okay, they're going to be playing in these positions. They've heavily committed with reinforcements this time, with those 3 players over towards study. How are we going to deal with them? How are we going to overcome this obstacle? I very much like to see it. Now, Commie Puppy looking for a nice little pixel through that skylight, looking for rotation. Nothing's really going to come from it, though, until they start applying that pressure onto site. But though able to find a second kill or find 1 tap in this round, and in doing so, start to stunt this momentum of the attack. As Gold Unicorn locks in a bit of a Mexican standoff now, though. But if you don't peek it, you find a 3rd, and you do. Cream takes a little bit of damage, but nothing to really put them in the back foot for now. And Clark Red, it seems like this might be that little step towards getting that momentum back.
Oh, even that one unwinnable, McCready. So a potentially flawless round on the horizon. It will be a flawless, so a big swing back from Clark Red. And SIUE, they haven't let Clark catch up yet. That's a big story because, well, once you reach that tied margin, I think it's an entirely different ballgame. But if SIUE keeps putting this team at an arm's distance away, they are leading this map. All they need is 2 more rounds in their back pocket, and they'll walk away with Clark Red's map pick as a victory. So we are on a razor's edge. I feel like that if Clark Esports are able to, pocket a couple more in their back pocket, maybe even this round right here will be the difference between victory and defeat in this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tight. I mean, look at these rounds, and like you said before, I mean, we're already seeing 1 map, 1 round, barely 2 round advantages that are being closed down very, very quickly. I mean, SIUE Black, they're doing really good. They're getting that opening. They're getting that little bit of breathing room from Clark Red. But then Clark Red are catching up. I mean, both these teams do actually seem evenly matched. And when you look at, the seeding, when you look at the actual track record, that's not what you expect to see. I mean, Clark Red, 6-1. SIUE, 1-6 in the season so far. And we did talk about those forfeits maybe having an impact, but these two teams face each other in the last game of that group series. 7-2, 7-4. SIUE Black, they have already beaten both of the two maps they've played against Clark Red in their last matchup. So in this sense, I'd be very happy with this if I'm Clark Red, if I'm SIUE Black. You look at this and you say, this is positive, this is improvement. Even if we lose this map, even if we lose today, we could turn around and say we definitely did better. We are better than we were before, even in the short space of time. Now, Commie Puppy will be taking out LMG, a little breath of reminder for the LMG era. Finds one pick as Gold Unicorn finds a second.
Now SIUE, once again, just getting the lead in a round that will be a big decider, as Melusi could have been the third victim, as the Red Pink did scare her away from the 90. So far, Clark Red, they're surviving, but barely. Cream taking this engagement, and well, a little bit of a lapse in Pink. I got scared there for a second, because, I mean, maybe if Cream was still in that place, Common Puppy could have peeked them, but we're all good now. We're all even, and now SIUE, still having that natural advantage, should be able to push up with a lot of time in their pocket. But Cream starts to even this one out. Will they be able to get a second? As you see one tap, Golden Unicorn, and now Dicko Pants HP is down to 0. So we're all tied up. McCreany 3-3 with SIUE needing this round.
Yeah, need it they do, but they are starting to come into a couple of these choke points, a couple of these lines of sight that Clark Red no doubt have prepared for. They have the study player, they have the players over towards bookshelf. Last time we were here, nothing really came of it. A little bit of droning from Gold Unicorn might spot the player of cheese, but that's not going to happen. These lines of sight are going to be covered. The defenders, a very strong position. They have Zombie, they have 90. And they have a player on main stairs ready to attempt wherever that player is probably going to push up towards Study. Give Rated a little bit of hand, because Rated is going to be able to find one head. They're going to need to find a second, though, but with 40 seconds left, things are looking comfortable. There's no real sign that SIUE Black are going to take this round as of yet. They need to push up. They need to take advantages, but they're going to push forward. Rated's going to drop over towards Aviator, while Cream will have that refrag of 2 versus 1. Gold Unicorn's got to make something magical happen with 20 seconds left.
And just the amount of utility, the amount of bullets that Clark are able to sling at this one door. And the second smoke canister is utilized. And, well, I think we can say goodnight to this round, as Gold Unicorn is spotted by that bulletproof camera. An amazing turnaround for this defensive squad. Clark Red losing too early on, and one body away from really losing the round in its entirety, but great play by Cream, holding it down in Study, allowing his teammates to cover the other angles, meaning that it's 5-5. This first map will be going at least full regulation, and it would not surprise me in the least if we went to overtime, but Dining Room Kitchen having to defend that is going to be a difficult ask, but with SIUE, not bringing anything like a fuse, only having, not even a sledge or a buck, I think those are going to have to be changes that SIUE have. Otherwise, they're severely handicapping themselves.
I mean, SIUE Black, they could bring that floor as they could decide, okay, well, they want to go down to this bottom floor. I mean, they could come up through barrel door, through clock door. I think pushing through China might be a really good option, because a lot of teams, they do focus towards that east side. But for a push like this, you've got to be fast. You've got to have that second front brought onto the board. Maybe that player benching, maybe that player going above, and then the rest of the players push a barrel. But big problem with a push like that is then vertical play does become an option. I mean, 2 shotguns, if one shotgun on the board. Sorry, you see the 2 SAS operators, you assume. Cheese, if you could get upstairs, that could be huge. Start using that shotgun, start putting holes in the floor. C4s on the board as well can make vertical lines of sight and make life horrible for the attackers. But like you say, even Stevens, it looks like a wolf push is going to be on the cards, with Kolkikos heading things up as blitz.
Bomb located by attack.
I mean, a blitz rush? Fine. A blitz rush through trophy statuary on a kitchen defense? There has to be something greater in play than SIUE are bringing to the table, because the point of blitz is to surprise your opponents and, you know, force them back in these very tight scenarios of which they have to give up map control that otherwise they really don't want to. So, I mean, Kokios could be used as just a nice and easy roam clear, but, well, now he's been spotted. He is going to flash this Valkyrie, who deploys the C4 just to give herself some distance, and eventually that blitz will be spared a bad death, but it's not going to come out with a lot of other deaths on both sides. A 3v3, and it's hard to say who comes away with a real advantage. I mean, you still have SIUE Black, they have a fuse, they have a diffuser, but they don't have any hard breach. They didn't bring any hard breach to begin with, McCready. I mean, Copy Puppy brought the breaching charges. I am a little confused, but maybe SIUE are just opting to end it on kill, but still, it's a little bamboozling.
Yeah, a minute 20 on the clock, and they do have the potential, a lot of potential for vertical play that you don't get if you don't bring those breaching charges or a buck or a sledge. They can make the vertical play, they can make these lines of sight, and like you say, they can play for the kills, but big problems they're going to be facing. Cream still has the C4, Rated still has the information, and right now, Rated, feeling very confident, is going to head towards those Astro Stairs. Really shouldn't be pushing until this actual execute does come through from the side of SIUE Black. But if Rated just plays it carefully, waits this time, holds these angles, you could bear some beautiful fruits, but Gold Unicorn wins that ancient time as old tale of that Pulse versus IQ. Commie Poppy able to find Cream as well. Now Cheese sat in pantry. You have the SMG-11. They don't have anything really else to work with other than those smoke canisters and the SMG. Long lines of sight need to get used. Drones still on the board for the side of SIUE Black, and as IQ, Fuse and Twitch all start to push into the side. They don't really have anything to work with. It's got to be Commie Poppy closing things down. And match point for SIUE Black.
Well, I mean, winning that kitchen site, it's a little easier considering how it is mostly a tertiary site, but still impressive nonetheless considering how the last two rounds have gone for SIUE Black. I mean, a flawless round, and then dropping what should have been a round win to come back like that, shut down Clark Red, and either force them to go to overtime or give up their own map pick. It is a big play. And now, as we're heading back to Trophy Statuary, this was a flawless round last time for Clark Red, and it needs to be something similar if they still want to continue in this map in general. But SIUE indicating the Montaigne again. I mean, I want to believe, Creedy, I want to believe that the shield operators have like a bigger play in mind, and that's a real reason why SIUE have them. But sometimes it feels like they would just be better off bringing an actual gun, like an operator that has a gadget and a gun and isn't just like a walking drone.
I mean, yeah, I mean, even an Osa. I mean, we've talked about it, we've complained about how much Osa we've seen, but maybe that Osa might have a pretty big impact. I mean, bringing that shield, being able to peek these corners and get the information, then pull out a gun and swing it yourself, it's very, very good. But I think this Monty might just be a very simple 90 push. Very simple push over towards that Wolf. Have your players in support, holding these lines of sight, and just use the Monty to forge ahead. If you can do that, well, you have a lot of options on the board. Right now, Rated will be taking a little bit of fire from that Wolf window. SIUE Black for the first time in this game. And the same of both of these sides. I mean, even on the defense of SIUE Black, we didn't see any team really look towards that Wolf Master side. Is this the attack they want with the Monty on the board?
Going up Astro Stairs, I mean, you can get caught out if you don't play it right, but the amount of C4s is something to talk about as well. Kokio's just trying to use the vision to the best of their ability. Looking up, which definitely can be a struggle as Montaigne, but there's a clear position of where SIU is coming from. Montaigne is loud. Those flashbangs are designed to be loud, so time is going to be wasted off. Maybe one tap frag grenade can open this run right back up, and it does. A great bounce ricocheting off that pillar and clearing the way for Kokios to push into this Astro side. The C4 gets shot out, so now an option for dealing with this Montaigne gets smaller and smaller, and the chances of winning this round in this map get smaller and smaller. But here's Raiden from behind, gets 2 and changes things for potentially the better for Clark Red, but it's still only butter in the 1v2. An amazing play from the Azami, but round changing, round defining. Will it be round winning? Yes, the slink over by Trophy has eyes on the diffuser, but SIUE just have time. They have utility, and they're going to use it to actually get that information, Creedy.
Yes, but the most important thing for me is the positioning. Commie Poppy isn't playing alongside Tickle Pants, and now in terms of refrag, in terms of taking this one-on-one, it might not be the best thing. But in terms of cutoff, in terms of applying the pressure to butter, it could be, like you say, round defining and round winning, just not for the side of Clark Red. Time to get down, Butter will have to just play it safe. I think they're going to have to play for the post plan, but Commie Poppy gotta find that kill, gives the round all the way to SIUE Black. The first map, not even theirs, goes their way. And in doing so, like, we look towards Bank and say, well, SIUE Black, you are the underdogs, but are you the underdogs now?
Oh, man. Wow, winning out the first map. And, I mean, it wasn't in a dominant fashion, but the fact that they were even able to grab that first map, not in overtime, I mean, it changes everybody's perspective on this map. A 7 seed potentially taking out a 2 seed. Their records are complete opposites in this scenario, yet there is still a good chance that the Cinderella of this bracket walks away with a victory in the end. So, I mean, a surprising match, but we are not done, Creedy.
No, we're not. That's only map one of a possible 3. Next map that we're going to be heading over towards is Bank, and if Clark Red are able to bring it back, then we'll find ourselves over at Calf Dostoyevsky. But the big thing is, I feel like we could find ourselves there at Calf, because we did see a Clark Red that could bring things back. They could adapt. They did have these big round-defining plays. It just, they were inched out just that little bit every single time. Rated, picking their moments perfectly. I really want to highlight that. They played very well. On the flip side, though, like you say, SIUE Black, a huge play coming out from them. Very confident, very controlling in the actual state of play, especially on those attacks.
Yeah, so we're going to be heading to a quick break before we get to that second map, so do not go anywhere. Stay in your seats. We will be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in a map one that went definitely not the way a lot of people expected it to, but map 2, looking towards Bank, this is one where SIUE could try and run away with it, Light.
Yeah, I mean, this is their map pick, and it's a map that teams usually don't opt to go for, especially because, well, they might not know how to play it compared to the other ones, so I like SIUE's odds going into this second map because, well, clearly they're going here for a reason. I mean, Villa, it was Clark Red's map pick, but Villa, I mentioned how much it's played. Teams know what to do on that situation, and clearly part of it came down to the fact that Clark Red had some structural problems on the attack that definitely could be transferred over onto like Bank, Cafe, anything like that. So it's more down to the team itself than how they deal on maps. But maybe I'll be wrong in the end. Maybe Clark Red will be able to actually grab something and hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound defeatist. I never liked it. I always try to see the bright side. And with Clark Red, a lot of these things that you're on about, they're not like inherently massive problems. They're not going to take a whole season to fix. They are little things like micro positioning, micro timing. I feel like it's simple stuff. It's like, okay, well, maybe you have your entry make that first move on a push into sight, like we saw in the first round of Villa. But we've talked enough about Villa already. Let's get into the first round over towards Bank. So the map bans we're going to see are, or the operator bans, sorry, Maverick's taken off the board already. Definitely Clark Red thinking about those hatches, thinking about the problems that a Maverick can bring. If you have K to get through this map ban, then that could be huge. That could be an absolute nightmare for your defense in that bottom side.
Yeah, but I mean, I would expect Kaid to get banned somehow,
Yeah.
but Osa following that first map is not surprising at all. She was in a majority of the rounds, and sometimes she was a reason that the attack were able to win some of these gunfights. And with SIUE starting on the attack, I mean, they did ban Osa, but I think they were thinking of, you know, when they have to swap sides. So maybe Clark Red, if they don't ban Kaid, they get to bring him and, you know, maybe just immediately shut down these hatches. But we have the impact EMPs, and we have to talk about that. You know, if Clark Red puts these claws in the right area, the impact EMPs won't actually have any impact.
I mean, yeah, those EMPs can have a great effect, or they can have none at all. And leaving Cade up on the board, Clark Red, they do, yes, have to play against that Cade on their attack, but this does really give them a lot of positives coming into their defense first. Looking towards that bottom floor, you think about hatches. Looking towards that top floor, thinking about those walls over towards square, maybe even looking towards janitor side. They're a lot harder to deal with. You can't just send a buck down below. You just can't send, say, I'm going to say, I think Iana down below with those frag grenades. I'm not entirely sure if they all have frag grenades, but that's beside the point. It's a lot harder to deal with having that Cade on the board. For example, that garage wall. That's just not going to happen. You can't send a Maverick up to that wall because there is none.
But Monty, still here?
Yeah.
Still walking around. But this one isn't as surprising because you're able to cover a lot of C4s. You're able to cover any opening fire that might come when you're actually trying to plant that default position. So I like Monty right here. I'm feeling a lot more confident going on to this specific site when it comes to him. But we can see those hatches getting electrified. There are no impact EMPs on the side of SIUE Black, and there's no way of dealing with them. So those hatches will be locked down for Clark Red. They will not have to worry about them unless, you know, some crazy shenanigans happen. SIUE Black will either have to force their way through this security side, through this blue side, or potentially from garage. I mean, they've pigeonholed the attack in a few key positions, and it's wonderful.
Oh, yeah, but looking at this at the very start right now, a little bit of a battle for garage might take place, and Commie Poppy taking that prone gunfight put himself in a very difficult situation. Very hard to get that adaptation on the movement, being spotted by that camera, and if you do get found by Rated, if they do find their mark, well, it's only going to be a headshot now. A minute taken off the board already. Cream's damage being dropped significantly. It's Kolkikos over towards that server. He's looking towards that hatch, painfully aware that should that be open, those Romans will have a beautiful time hunting you down. Cream, though, is going to be taken off by Gold Unicorn on that very roam clear. And doing so, Alibi removed. That's MX4 Storm. That's the operator that we didn't see at all, actually, in that last game. Cheese is going to have to come and give Cream a hand, and looks like they're going to be able to win it, but that's not going to be what Gold Unicorn has to say on the matter. Finding that kill. That's 2 kills to their name, and only half the round left. So, a very strong start. They have that vertical control. Now, we'll look towards the mid-round, don't we lie? We look towards how SIUE Black are going to make anything of this.
Because a lot of times that can define what the end result can be. The openers have been influential, but right now is where the actual meal is made. Kami Puppy has a direct camera on them. They did not shoot out the default, and that is, well, frick's sake, massive, because now you cannot push into this garage unless Kami Puppy's able to actually look behind them, shoot at the camera, which they will not be able to. So now, well, I mean, that's essentially a free kill for Clark Red because of just a small mistake. Kokios is in the site. Kokios has the diffuser, is in the site, and is able to be a living drone to his teammates. Zicklepants, a great little play, but I believe that was the C4 from Butter that now injures that Montaigne. So if they do not revive him, I mean, this opens the round right back up, but with 15 seconds left, they will be able to actually have the Montaigne get back on his feet, potentially defuse, but 3 back-to-back kills rated on the hatch just completely opens this round right back up. Kolkios has to go for this kill, but with Butter all the way back in lockers, there is no chance that this walks away with the victory. So, despite a huge opener, Creedy, unfortunately it falls away in the end.
Yeah, I want to just draw it all the way back to Garage. I mean, like we saw, Kami Puppy, we know about the camera. We don't need to talk about that. What I want to talk about is the ramifications of that. Why that round then played out like it did. Rated was distracted for so long taking that gunfight. Kami Puppy did lose it out, yes. Wasn't able to get it to the front, and those air jabs never went down line. In doing so, then Rated had a whole freedom of movement, could just go all the way back to main stairs, all the way upstairs, sit on that hatch, or go towards blue. Really didn't matter where they went. They had a good advantage. They were able to just take control of it. They stunted the push. They left Kolkikas on their own. As soon as that player got taken out, then it came down to that 15-second push, like you said. Butter able to find... It was horrible. Butter able to find the kill onto Habana as well, and then turn around and just stop that Monty putting the plant down. It all comes down to that garage being free. If that garage player is there for the attackers, that means suddenly that red player has so much pressure put on them. That rotation isn't there, even if you especially if you put an air jab on those main stairs. That Jaeger, or whoever it might be in that situation, can't get to those stairs, can't get to that hatch. And I feel like it was just a case of maybe allocation of players as well. Because Rated was able to just run upstairs, get to a hatch, and just hold that down. No information given from the team on where this player might be. No warning that this player might be coming to the hatch. And in doing so, 2 players went down. So moving forward, we've got to see maybe defaults being taken out. It might be something simple, but it's something very important. It's simple for a reason.
On the defense, they don't have a smoke anymore. They've got a Goyo, which, I mean, in this site, I think maybe you lose something because of how open it could be. You've got a lot of angles that you need to watch. See You Later actually was getting shot at, but a great turnaround, a great kill, and now that is just another window player that is just absent. From SIUE Black, you've got 2 in square, you got 2 on that first floor, and really there's nobody on that northern side that can just keep a lot of these defenders in check. So despite going decently quick, SIUE really don't have much to actually back that up, and that's clearly seen by the fact that Gold Unicorn, with no coverage, gets
Yeah, this is why you might want to see that Monty purely for the sake of just causing a bit of pressure, which you're seeing right now. That mute being drawn out of position would be beautiful for somebody playing over towards long, but Boyo still holds that position. In doing so, that means There's no support for Kolkikos. Call Poppy has to rotate around, has to try and just get some support. And they can't even support the Monty directly. They have to cover the flank, make sure nobody decides they're going to run around behind. Take that frag. Dropping down, it's going to be Commie Poppy able to find a kill and see you later. That just opens things up, brings SIUE Black back into the fight, but it takes some damage, so does Commie Poppy. But it's Kolkikos going to go down in Kanto. Rated, finding the knife, one tap, looks for the refrag. But it's just not going to be there. That player will rotate around. Commie Poppy, such an awkward situation, such little health. No shield, even though they could put one on, but the sound cue would give it away. As Cream's able to find one tap and leave it all down to Commie Poppy.
Oh, well, the help isn't exactly going to help them in this position. One bullet is all it takes, and one bullet will be shot at the last remaining Blackbeard player. So it's starting out how it did for SIUE in the first map. That's exactly what's going on for Clark Red right here. 2 rounds in which SIUE has clearly struggled with their attack, even though it's looked, better. I think Clark Red, they had some great openers in that first couple rounds. SIUE now have great openers, and it's still the same result either way. Remember, three rounds was kind of that peak of which we saw Clark Red start to claw their way back on Villa. And SIUE Black, I think that is kind of the same ceiling that they need to hit. 3 rounds is all you can give Clark Red on the attack, and then, well, you got to start charging your way back.
Yeah, and like you said, this is kind of the make or break for SIUE Black. If they were able to pick up this round, that's huge. That's just one on the board. But Clark Red, you've only conceded 1 round. You're going back to that bottom floor side anyway, or maybe even looking towards Archive Tellers in some crazy universe. But realistically, if Clark Red lose this map, it's a much bigger deal for SIUE Black than it is for Clark Red.
5 seconds left.
Realistically, Clark Red, if they close this down, huge. They're able to go back to those last 2 sites. They're able to bring back that strong performance that we saw before. And assuming things don't go the same way as the last map, then Clark Red would be in a really good position for their attacking half. SIUE Black, though, what I'd like to see definitely is Dicklepants getting a lot of utility out of that fuse. Even if it takes a ton of utility, getting control of stock, getting control of janitors, they need to have that. And if they're able to get that, if they're able to get those fuse charges down, clearing utility for that entry, clearing the utility over towards kitchen, then I feel like there's a really good entrance for this. We've seen SIUE Black with no heart breachers do a vertical take. So the question is, can they do it with 1?
Well, Dicklepants, I use a fuse charge. I don't maybe that's something there, but clearly they're at an impasse right now, and I think that drone was thrown right into the pest, shot out, as you hear that voice line come out from Mozzie, but immediately followed up by the Dekevi call, so a little 1-2 combo saying, Mozzie, yeah, you shot the drone, but now you're not even going to be able to use it in this scenario. But, the main player for Clark Red that is just a little bit of an impasse is See You Later by that janitor closet. They're actually going to push towards the printer. Finding one, will a second one be on the horizon? Yes, it will. It clears that top floor of any real SIUE Black members, and now, well, what will they do to get rid of these roamers? I think you've dedicated so much that you can't really do any more besides to try to attack the site.
Yeah, Commie Poppy in a very difficult situation with the G36, looks towards beepers but isn't able to take that gunfight, just not happy. Rating those as players there, and it worries me because we've seen default cameras being left up before. It might be a little bit of the same. Kolkikos pushes forward, doesn't even spot the player on the bomb. It still didn't.
Okay.
Well, lost of words. We'll be able to find that pick though, but the refrag from Rated closes down any advantage they get from that. Commie Poppy and Gold Unicorn now on their lonesome, very much split apart. As Commie Poppy's able to even things up, gets the kill, but taken out by Rated. That Commando 9 all the way by Beepers is going to be huge. Cream on blue closing things down, and like to say, it realistically was ended on that top floor. I feel the lack of refrag, losing that fuse early on and being unable to refrag it with the Ying, just icing on the cake, nail in the coffin, whichever team you're on.
Yeah. So, basement, the best site that SIUE Black tried to attempt, but Clark Red, I mean, we saw what Rated was able to do. We saw what Butter was able to do stuck in that 2v5 scenario. They were able to turn it around just like that. But a lot of changes from the defense. Most importantly, no more Kai. Instead, you've got Butter on the Aruni. You do have a Doyo in Cheese. So a lot of plant denial. And still, Holkios is on the Montaigne. I want to defend it. Because I like it when teams do something different, but I just, at this point, I haven't seen the impact that he's had that has really been a reason to bring the Monty. I still think he will be in a better situation bringing something like a Sledge, like an Ash, instead of the Montaigne. Maybe it's just that SIUE and Black haven't been in the right scenario to actually utilize. And maybe the Glass now will be able to complement him perfectly. But if Butter does not get out of security, I think he might catch a stray bullet.
Yeah, well, that's not going to be the case. The smoke canister will just start things off. The shotgun wants to close that distance very quickly, knowing people are going to be behind. That's the goal, not the Monty. You're aiming for the players behind with that shotgun. No, well, that first smoke canister's gone off. Do you use more, or do you just save it? Well, you're getting flashbangs. You're getting demolished with those flashbangs. Maybe it's time to call on the help of Buffy yet again. One tap, able to find that opening pick. Rated comes down those blue stairs, triggers those beepers, triggers the audio cue. I don't think Kolkikos knows. One player is looking over nearby, and that's going to be Dicklepants able to find that kill with that AK. And in doing so, really gives them a good advantage now, but is it enough? Do they have that second front open? Do they have that air jab at least over towards blue stairs? That hatch is reinforced. Is the office one reinforced? Are there going to be any players like that last round taking advantage of these lines of sight that SIUE Black haven't paid much attention to? First C4 goes off, the plant starts to go down, but it's not going to happen with Cheese finding that pick up the gold unicorn. The second one does. No C4 in pocket this time to stop it, and the Monty shield in play. A very aggressive push comes through. Cheese is able to stop it. It's down to Kolkikos. Gets taken down by Butter as well, and that's going to make life even harder. The P10 Brony going to make life impossible as Commie Bobby gets the refrag, but Butter takes the two players. And now the 1 versus 2? What the hell is happening this round, like?
Glass, I mean, his goal is a sniper, so he's supposed to stay back, but now he has to play forward, has to get the diffuser down, and all Cheese has to do, doesn't even wait for the smoke to dissipate, just shoots through it, finds the headshot. So, I mean, if you can't win that one, Creedy, what can you win? It was a 3v5. There was, I mean, 0.5 seconds away from getting that diffuser down, and then it just all tumbled away, and now SIUE unable to even put one on the board so far. So, I mean, that is 4 heartbreakers in a row that SIUE and Black, they come out with an extremely strong first map, and now they are just looking like they are getting slapped on the attack on this second map.
I mean, SIUE Black, I want to see this change come up now. You can't wait for that defensive side. You might have some beautiful plants in the board, but this is the time we need to be seeing your attack really start to shape up. If you're going to win a map, it's always a tale of two halves. You need to have that defense, you need to have that attack. It's simple things. These defenders are getting a little bit too comfortable. Even if you have a player in that mini office holding that hatch, just so that a player like See You Later, a player like Green, just cannot get so aggressive. That can make a world of difference. But they're going for the bare minimum, and it's really not playing out. Right now, they're coming back to this top floor. What were some of the problems that we saw before? They went for that long, they went for janitor push, they didn't really have any support towards it. They didn't really have any sort of overall push, like any coordination between the two sides of their attack that is something that can just, even just being aware, can change something massively. Now, they're starting to get a little bit of use out of these fuse pallets that will force Butter out of situation, and you can start to shoot towards utility, but backing up, These defenders are now very much aware that this fuse playing on the window is vulnerable. You can get these fuse charges through reinforced walls, but they cannot be electrified. So the main goal from the attackers here, get those cave claws off that wall. In fact, there aren't even any cave claws. There aren't even any mute jammers. You could just walk up to that wall, put a fuse charge down and open it, but that's not what's going to happen for the attack.
You later almost gets picked off very early, but I mean, they survive. Unfortunately, there isn't a dock on the board for Clark Red, so all that damage done to SIUE later will be final. But I mean, we've seen these players in these positions before, holding the janitor, holding the printer area, holding the actual long desk itself. And SIUE have just been unable to deal with it. I mean, Cheese behind this shield has been a bastion. Having the ADSs and those going your canisters that can just waste time, SIUE cannot do anything about. I think even after all this, if somehow they're able to get inside, you still have to deal with 2 C4s. You have to deal with Goyo canisters. You have to deal with rated smoke. So Clark Red, they have everything they should right now with about a minute left, but oh, that shield explodes and Cheese is exposed behind it. Does not last much longer, and maybe their buddy Cream will be able to assist in the defenses. Now, actually, no, Cream is going to back off down to office. Rated is going to be the player to replace Cheese. So far, SIUE, they get an opener, but there's still a lot less. But yeah, no, that Amaru zipped up. It wasn't actually the Amaru that made a difference. It was Gold Unicorn on the ace. And I mean, one tap pushing up these stairs, they do get the kill, but these rounds, it's so everywhere. I mean, that's the best place I can explain it, Greedy.
Yeah, Kokikos will fall, but Rated in that smoke charge, but Butter having to hold this diffuser now, but one tap has been taken off the board. That could have been huge. Could have gone up Janitor. Could have caused so much trouble. But the timing was just missed a little bit. Now Tickle Pants on the window. Commie Puppy over towards Square. They have to really start to make this push happen. They need to play for these frags. And as Tickle Pants moves in on the swing, able to find the Jaeger. Has to look over to Square. Has to take Rated. But Rated's able to close things down. And Clark Red will be 1 round away from match point. So many things could have gone right. We saw SIUE Black, they had the pressure all the way towards that long. They were taking the shield out, they were putting the damage on Rated, they were putting the damage on Cheese. They could have had that Amaru, come up those hatches into Janitor. Just the worst possible time for the defense. And it was just little things out of sync that just cost them that round, and it feels horrible because the plan was there. They had everything they needed. They had those kills on the board, but they gave Clark Red a little bit too much freedom. And I got a little excited, and it hurts to say that it was for nothing.
5 rounds in a row. In 3 of these rounds have been SIUE from about 2 minutes and 30 seconds to 15 seconds in the round. There is,
Bomb located by
I mean, statistics feel like it should be on the side of SIUE. A lot of openers are falling their way. I mean, they have 3 of these 5 rounds. And SIUE gets the opening kill, and yet they don't get anything from it. A lot of times, you've got Clark Red, who have 1 player left alive, 2 players left alive, meaning that these rounds are very close, and yet still, SIUE cannot grab anything. So, what do you think? Is it like is it something that is communication? Yeah, I'm sputtering. I'm struggling because I feel like SIUE have everything they need.
It might be Clark waking up. It might just be, or it might be Rated waking up. I mean, we're seeing Cheese and Rated definitely 2 big fragments for this side of Clark Red now. Rated really feeling things now that they've switched on to the Mozzie with that Commando 9. Really feeling things now they've had a map to warm up. I mean, they've been consistently causing problems for the attackers. Rated, big problem, has to be taken off the board. Has to be in those first couple of picks. If they do that, if they take that play, they have a really good chance of getting this round on the board. But like I said, it really needed to be that last round if they were going to have anything happen. And there's very little droning information over towards Rated. Cameras, also a priority. This information, it keeps coming back. A Valkyrie band on the board. These default cameras, some of them being left up, maybe in lobby, maybe over towards that garage. That's where I've started to see Clark Red have some advantages. SIUE later is going to be able to start things off with the visual. We'll find one tap.
Even losing these opening deaths now. I mean, Clark Red realistically could get a 7, which would be a huge comeback after that first map. I mean, losing your own map pick up against a team that realistically you shouldn't be losing against. And now, well, I think they're making a statement in this second map, so defiantly winning these rounds. I mean, SIUE, every player is capped at 3. One tap only has 2, but so far, every single player on SIUE has just been stunted when it comes to actually getting frags in this department. Meanwhile, you've got rated 10-2, 5 KD so far, and realistically, he could get close to 2 kills per round. And Kami Puppy just walking into his line of bullets. That's 2 more players gone from SIUE, meaning that they're gonna have to swing really hard. Have to a comeback here. And Dickle Pants cannot get any explosion kills with those fuse charges. Cream shuts down any ace. So I mean, everything is really realistically in the pockets of Dickle Pants. He doesn't have that big pockets.
Yeah, I mean, rated at the moment. I'll take it off the board, but not before Cream was able to find 2 picks for it. Time, like you say, ticking down. Dickle Pants is taken off the board. Kokakos with 2 seconds left has to get the defuse, and that's Clark Red on match point. Unfortunately, it's a very uncomfortable truth, but these little issues that we were seeing on the side of Clark Red starting to rear their head on SIUE Black. I mean, they had such a good villa, and now little timing, little coordination things are starting to cause issues, starting to put them in sub 15 seconds with no diffuser in their pocket. I mean, they're unable to push on the site. They're unable to take a lot of these gunfights. And Clark Red, as they go into the attack, they will now have to just get 1 round. I mean, a flawless game of Siege needs to come out from SIUE Black. And not just that, that's to win this. That's just to get it to overtime. They need a perfect game. Then they need to go to a whole other map. So things stacking up a little bit more towards Clark Red in my eyes.
I mean, but I think we're getting to the point where it's a reset overall.
Yes.
Like, Clark Red winning the second map means that any momentum that SIUE had in the first one, I think is immediately switched off. Just like that. Especially with how defiant this round, this entire map has been. But talking about SIUE's defense, the operators that they're bringing, I mean, you've got a cap can, you don't have a smoke, so Kolkios opting for fire instead of the usual smoke people like to bring. You've got Dickle Pants on the cap can, and then 1 tap on the Echo. So it seems that a lot of times they're just going for information and plant denial, as Clark Red really thrive on SIU's inability to deal with utility on the attack. So maybe Clark Red are just trying to exploit something that SIUE are going to lack on the defense. As you can see, there's actually a player inside of the blue stairs, but 1 tap knows they're all there. He's going to try to peek from the shield. He's not drunk, and, well, see you later is. So SIUE, an opener that they're going to have to find some way to come back from.
Yeah, and Kokakos playing above with Tachanka and use the Schumacher grenade launcher to start flaming things out, but Clark Red, I feel like they've made the right decision. They've rotated. They've said, right, it's not going to work that Tachanka's playing there. We're going to have something huge with this rotate, but Dickle Pants is in the waiting. Full sprints right into the waiting arms of Cream with that refrag. But still that player advantage in favor of SIUE Black. And is going to be whittled away by Cream, who's slowly peeking around these corners. Kolkakos maybe shouldn't be holding. I mean, just back up to site. Play it safe. Because now it's a 3 versus 3. That Monty's still on the board. The question is, are we going to see that same kind of usage brought out? Maybe. Or maybe not. Time will tell.
Kami Puppy did spot the R, but didn't even get any lick of damage onto that Clark Red player. So, I mean, I am putting my hope into SIUE. I did that in the previous map, and, it actually bore fruit. But now they were up 5-3. They had so much defensive utility. But the tides are shifting. I think if the yokai drone is actually shot out, then maybe things will start to change. But so far, one tap getting all this free information, I don't see Clark Red actually getting inside the site, putting that diffuser down, as long as that yokai drone is still up. But, I mean, there's a good possibility it was shot down, though. I don't know for sure, but speculation.
It needs to still be up for Clark Red to lose this round, I think. That yokai drone, at least the one that one taps on right now, can just stop out one of those plants, retreat very quickly into cover, and in doing so now, you know, two of these players are now over towards server. One player nearby, but Commie Poppy beautifully picked out onto Butter. The Monty ducks out of cover to make sure that they don't get yokai'd and the shield doesn't drop, but in doing so gives away the planter. And while they do drop the diffuser, that is going to be down to Cream to plant it down. Things start to stall for Clark Red. The yokai stim comes through. Oh, it's happening yet again. The damage as well. Cream has to go for that plank. Can't afford to come off it. The more, the Oryx, the Rima dash takes out the Monty. And there's one tap just to close things down. Really good round coming out from them. We just need 5 more light.
Beautifully coordinated between the Echo and the Oryx. I mean, you don't see much stuff like that, even at higher levels. Just how coordinated the Echo drone was with the actual peak coming out from Commie Puppy. Beautiful stuff. But yes, 5 rounds in a row, SIUE will have to grab, and they all can't be like that. As now they have to go up to CEO. They cannot bring that Echo like they did in the previous. They don't have any Plantanol besides a couple of C4s, so it is still mainly going to be holding down key positions without a deployable shield. Like we saw Clark Red hold, a lot of times you had Cheese behind a shield with Goyo canisters, with ADSs, and SIUE on the attack could not deal with it. Clearly, they do not want to bring what their opponent did, so what is the player? I think it might be setting up the Kiba barriers, maybe trying to destroy a little bit of players with those Capcan traps, but so far with this setup, there doesn't seem to be a clear strategy on what they want to do. It's more about holding the actual site itself, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking towards this, it's got to be a big picture kind of situation. I thought someone would... I'm not gonna lie, like, the ambient noise kind of got me a little bit there. I thought someone was outside
It was
the house,
very
but,
loud. It was very loud.
Very, yeah. But still. Looking towards the big picture, Clark Red, on paper, I don't expect them to pick up this round, unless they bring out something huge, which is Thatcher might just be. But then they come down to that Kirishiri bomb site, and this is where, you know, SIUE Black, they really need to start to work things out. But back towards that micro level, just for the time being, rather than the macro. EMP's on the board already. Well, there is that EMP, that bulletproof camera has an EMP of its own. It's not going to be able to reach all the way to that far side. Rated will be able to deal with it one way or another, and a bullet is the way for that at the moment. Not wanting to get too aggressive, one tap's going to rotate up those blue stairs just to keep an eye out. The fact that this is a soft floor and square, the fact that they have a C4 in pocket, and the information that goes with that default camera. Very, very tentative, very measured from Clark Red at the moment. But one tap is going to be picked off, and that Frank coming out from the Capcan's not going to bear any fruit. G's able to take stock now, will be able to move forward as Rated's able to find Commie Poppy, and that 2-player advantage looking very strong. Those hash breaching charges means that you can just open up a wall next to that, next to the arena gate. Just walk in. Not a problem at all. See You Later comes to back up Rated. Rated will be looking to take that gunfight. Finds Cold Kick-Offs, but See You Later gets taken out on the refrag with the flank from the cave player. 4-2 splits. Rated is going to spot the player of Tickle Pants get taken down. Gold Unicorn finds 1 kill, has to find 3 more to stop us from going to Kaf Dostoevsky. It's not going to happen. Rated just turning on the R4C, able to find those kills. And that is going to be map 3 of a possible 3 light.
And a rough one for SIUE to deal with after that amazing opening map. But, I mean, if Clark Red, if they needed a momentum swing, that's exactly what happened on that second map. I mean, there isn't much you can say besides, well, they had a clear, dominant performance from beginning to end on that second one. So Cafe, I mean, it could be a toss-up. How do you, before we head to the break, how do you feel, very quickly, going into the third map?
I feel like definitely Clark Red, they've woken up, they're playing a lot tighter, their coordination's just kind of warmed up, their synergy's definitely firing on all cylinders, but not to take anything away from SIUE Black. They came close quite a number of times, had a couple of really good opportunities on there. It's just getting pipped out at the last second by something that happened earlier in the round, just very little things, very little mistakes, the death of 1,000 paper cuts coming in. Like I always say, the little bit of damage, while it doesn't kill anyone or down anyone, it's an investment for the round. I feel like Clark Red, in their gunfights, they were just a little bit more controlling. They had a little bit more information. They had a little bit more of everything.
Yeah, but, I mean, that was the quick prediction preview as we head into that third map after the break. So we are at a tense one here to decide who continues on in this division to the semifinals. So do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, and well, it has been a tight one, McCready. I mean, that first map, yes, but maybe not the second map, but for the third map, I mean, it is anybody's game at this point. So SIUE and Clark Red really duking it out to see who's going to head to the semifinals.
Yeah, SIUE, if you're just joining us, they were able to close things out as a 7-5 victory on Villa, whereas we saw a complete shift of that. We saw a 6-1 victory for the side of Clark Red on Bank, both winning each other's map picks, and now, like, it is that reset. It is that best-of-one mentality that both teams have to come into this map thinking of, and now looking towards Kaf Dostoyevsky, the map that, realistically, it's very structured in terms of how you can play it out. I feel like there's not as much room for flexibility in how you would play this on a map like Kaf Dostoyevsky, so I feel like a lot of attention's going to be on these roamers. 1000% rated. Definitely hitting their stride. It's a play the side of SIUE Black they're going to need to keep an eye on. They're going to need to make that a priority during this game.
Yeah, see you later, though, on the side of Clark Red is another player that you can kind of shout out on the side of Clark Red. But, I mean, SIUE, I feel like that second map just kind of made individual players start to dissipate from our minds, because it's been so long since that first map. I mean, it kind of taints our way of thinking and who performed well on that first one. But these bands, they've been very different each and every time. I think you've kind of had a new one almost every time. I mean, Thatcher, that's the first time we're seeing a Thatcher ban. It would surprise me if we see just something completely different for the second attacking ban, but who knows at this point?
I'm really not surprised with Thatcher being taken off the board, though, because we saw Thatcher in that last game coming out and just opening up the walls, and Clark Red really took advantage with it, so that doesn't surprise me that Clark Red, they realized, right, this is a bit of a problem. If we were able to just take him off so quickly, we hadn't thought about Thatcher on our defense, so get rid of it. Ash and Alibi going to be removed. So looks like SIUE Black just going for operators now, just stunting that momentum that they have. Ash being brought out by Rated to horrifying effect on both maps, more prevalently on that last one, but still. Alibi taken off the board as well. I think that's looking over towards Cream and saying this is a problem. We can't allow this 1.5 to just take control every single round. Kate's going to be falling off the board, and when you look at it from a more traditional sense, this does make sense. I mean, you have those K claws, it makes that vertical pressure down on that bottom floor so much more difficult for a lot of the attackers to get rid of. They have to use that fuse, they have to use the explosive, or they have to just cut their losses and run, and I feel like that's something invaluable. Still, though, we are going to see Maverick for the first time in this matchup.
I mean, he was banned in the previous map, but with Kaid gone, I mean,
Defenders, protect your
Maverick maybe being brought for just the main bakery area. I don't think you get anything bringing him on the third floor, so I'm expecting Golden Unicorn to swap. I think the Kolkios going onto the sledge instead of Blitz, or so help me, the Montaigne is also a good play, and I think a lot of SIUE's problems may come down to some of their operator choices. That isn't the bulk of where their problems lie, but I mean, the Montaigne is immediately where my mind springs to. Get Kolkios an actual gun. Like, please let him shoot back.
5 seconds to insertion.
I feel like the Monty has been a little bit of it's not had the effect, like you say. It's one that really hasn't had the intended effect. Now moving on to an operator with a weapon. It's going to be see you later finding that opening pick, though. Takes away Dickle Pants and starts things off strong for the side of Clark Red. Holding that top floor, call it see you later, taking a little bit of damage, just gives that little hint. Well, there's another player there. They might be focusing a little bit more nearby. Of course, the P90 not being used is a little bit traumatic here. A little bit of smoke and mirrors coming out for the side of these teams, and I do want to give them a shout out. Both these teams have been actually great. I mean, just in general and throughout the season. I mean, last time I cast them, Commie Poppy gave me a little shout out and said, hey, guy, well, thank you. It was pretty good. Right now, though, hopefully looking to deliver something better, and hopefully looking to deliver something promising for myself to cast and you, Light. And that's really going to have to come across some of this pressure towards that top floor. The Fue's got to get used over towards Heaven, and while See You Later is nearby, and you have that player of Gold Unicorn near as well. I take Vigil running out to win that gunfight any day. Utility going to come through those windows very heavily. It's going to be something that Vigil's going to want to happen. And later will be picked off on the board. Gold Unicorn, due diligence completely. Are you looking for Cream as well, though? That's a big question to be asking.
C4 from Cream is going to go probably wide. Yep, just did not have the strength. I mean, even if he just might have gotten close to gold, that might have been a kill, but usually, something interesting we usually don't see, the 3 times that is specific just to DMRs isn't brought, but I mean, in Gold Unicorn's case, it is working wonders, and I think that will actually allow the cameras to potentially go on the side of SIUE if Gold Unicorn wants to take that risk, and well, if I am them, I say at this point, you just go for it. You have a low amount of life left. You probably use a phone call and then potentially go for the play, but it is a round-changing utility that can be utilized by the NECC. So we'll see if SIUE wants to bring cameras in their corner, if they want to actually start to attack this side, as I think that's really what they're indicating. We see the hatch drop, but as one tap, I believe, went onto new balcony, he just gets shut down.
Yeah, now they're looking quite heavily aside of SIUE Black towards that cocktail side. They've dropped in towards that regular site. As Copy Poppy will push forward, Kokikos gets 1 kill, but Butter's waiting in freezer for a second with that refrag. Kokikos, very careful about how you pick your fights. See the frag and freezer. The swing comes out from Cheese, and gold damage does get done. It's Gold Unicorn able to find that kill. As Cheese finishes off Kokikos, puts us in that 1 versus 1, and the SMG-12, it could cause something huge. Maybe going for that phone call, but it's not going to happen. Cheese finds that shotgun and finds the first round for Clark Red, and I don't know, maybe the phone call was the play. You had a couple of seconds on the board. The play was close enough. That info could have been huge. But maybe getting that camera as well. You had to play it down. Like, a lot of things in that first round that, are they hinting towards how the rest of this game's going to go? Well, I don't know.
I mean, it's kind of what happened with Clark Red in the first round. It seemed like SIUE might have it, and then they just claim it at the last second, and then it's a lot of that for 6-7 rounds in a row. So, I mean, getting the first round, 3rd floor, it's a decent indicator of how strong Clark Red could be on this map, but Kitchen, I think it's where SIUE are really going to have to show their strength, because they love to ring the fuse. Fuse can be wonderful on this side. I mean, along with Twitch, you've got a lot of operator choices that SIUE have that, honestly, I think are emboldened on this particular site, but it's just going to be about how SIUE Black actually attack the site, where they, try to protect. So, did Creep just?
Yeah.
I think it was a misclick. Creep threw the Valkyrie camera at the drone. I feel like it should stick. Like, come on.
It's the drone for both teams.
Exactly. It's like a double-edged sword. Like, you can use your drone as the attack, but also it gives the information to the defense. So, I mean, new Valkyrie buff, because she definitely needs it.
Yeah. Something, though, I would like to touch upon is the fact that last round came quite close. I mean, SIUE Black, they were able to get very close to that situation. They were able to adapt, most importantly, in my eyes, to a couple of possible overpeaks that came through. Rated's going to take quite a bit of damage on that retreat now to play over towards its main stairs. I feel like it's just being aware for stuff like that Valkyrie, Vigil, trying to run out. A smoke that might be feeling a little bit too uncomfortable and just goes to the peak, or a little bit too confident. These little things, if SIUE Black are looking out for them, might just give them that edge in the round. Well, looking towards this freezer side, they are going to need a little bit of help if they are going to get that wall open. It's not going to come through just an ace or a Urbana. It's going to have to be getting up to that wall, which Rated is indeed there to stop. See you later on that fluid roam, looking to try and cause some tomfoolery, but there's none to be caused at the moment. Time just to get down. Nades will go through. ADSs will be burnt. And Kokikos using both frag grenades to clear out that position isn't going to get anything from it. A quick trade will come through with Gold Unicorn able to find CU later. But not before losing that Twitch. And that all-important Twitch drone you were talking about, Light.
The attack, I mean, they lose a Twitch, which means it's going to be a little bit harder to get this wall open, which SIUE clearly are indicating that they want to go for a Christmas or freezer style play, but they're at an impasse. Pretty. I mean, you see the shield hasn't been dealt with. There's no frag grenades in SIUE's pocket. They don't have any explosive besides Dicklepants going upstairs and actually dropping cluster charges, which I don't think there's time for. So the smoke canister is the best option, and it works. I mean, it forces Cheese back towards the tree. It allows SIU to actually push forward. And now, well, Cheese was not ready for the IQ walking around the corner, and now we're at a 4v3. SIUE getting the advantage, doesn't stay for long, and clearly skill-based in that scenario. Definitely the pre-fire from Gold Unicorn not benefiting itself at all. But even though both of the players on Clark Red are low, if they can waste time, that's the main thing I like they're on.
Yeah, but the big thing is they've telegraphed the position of the push. Dicklepants pushing forward though, and Commie Poppy able to close things down. Each picking up a frag for themselves, evening things out in the round count. But I want to bring this all the way back to Villa. I mean, it's something we saw from both of these teams, Villa and Bank. SIUE Black, they got to a certain situation, but they started to slow down. They started to creep just a little bit. They weren't really sure where to push, and I feel like that's what Cheese was. Cheese held that position over towards VIP. They were pushed out eventually, but the amount of time that it took for that to happen, the amount of utility, those smoke grenades had to come through. Both frag grenades on the board were used trying to clear that position, and neither of them really had a big impact. It took about 40 seconds left on the clock for that pool to open up. Until then, SIUE Black, they didn't really seem to have a plan. They didn't really seem to be in the driver's seat of what was happening. It came down to Gold Unicorn going on the offensive with that G8. Very well played from them, you really can't deny, but I feel like it was a little bit too reliant on Gold Unicorn going huge that round.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely is a big factor in that scenario, but individual plays can be a big part of a team winning rounds and eventually winning maps. It's not something you can consistently rely on, but I think it is a bonus. You're never going to take that down, a player going here.
No.
Clearly, Gold Unicorn has been that player, I believe, for SIUE. I mean, we saw Commie Puppy in that first map, but ever since then, it really has just been Gold Unicorn consistently. So maybe we'll continue to see explosive plays from them, or at least in these first couple rounds. Rated, who the player we talked about, has yet to get anything. I don't expect that to last long, though.
Myself either. I do expect something to come from the next couple of rounds at least. Gold Unicorn, though, is looking to get some vertical pressure over towards this very heavy VIP restaurant take. And Commie Poppy able to find these players' positions, but specifically See You Later and Butter. Give that information away. Gold Unicorn's going to start acting on it very, very quickly. Drones in through Christmas, starts opening up that window, and so does Coca-Cola on those white stairs, looking to cut off any potential flank, any potential pressure that Clark Red might want to apply. SIUE, they look like they've got a plan a little bit more this time. I like to see if they do indeed have one. Things start to slow down, though. Not really willing to take any gunfights, just droning things out, getting into the right position. That's going to be Cream to kick things off, coming over towards that top white stairs, taking Coca-Cola off the board. The sledge is gone. Spots the player of Gold Unicorn, able to find them as well. And that's 2 players down for the side of SIUE Black.
And, well, the fabled player that we talked about is gone. So it's another one. He's going to kind of have to take the mantle here. Well, the impact grenade does some damage, but eventually bullets will actually drop 1 tap. And now See You Later tries to push this round over the edge, potentially make it a flawless round. But as Dicklepants pushes towards coat check, I mean, at this point, it is just frags. As Dicklepants has spotted the Jaeger twice. You can see the frustration in their little mouse movements there. That is a universal symbol that we all understand right there. And, well, unable to get any more kills than that. SIUE, it showed some signs, but still, it has just been mainly Clark Red.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 3-speed crouch walking in through an SMG-11 does not win that gunfight, especially a double peak. Coming out from Clark Red, very happy with that. They adapted very well. They looked at how that push came through last time, and they said they focused very heavily Freezer. They had a player look towards that Christmas tree side, over towards Cold. That's where they did turn around and say, this is an adaptation we can make. We can have that Roma. We can have that player just above, just Cream, just, okay. Find one kill with the Coldcast. That was a really big pick, being able to find that vertical, play that sledge, stop them from going all the way into dining. And then taking away Gold Unicorn as well, the IQ ripped off the board, the G8, the scanner. Two huge picks to kick things off. And at that point, Clark Red, they just kind of double down. They just hold these positions and just wait for SIUE Black to come to you. And that's exactly what happened. They played it perfectly, if you ask me. And, yeah, that's all they wrote. Going back to the top floor, though. This one was a lot closer, wasn't it? We saw a lot more opportunities coming out for the side of SIUE Black.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
Well, I mean, See You Later consistently was able to just take down any chance that SIUE had from the beginning. So maybe we'll see that happen again as Gold Unicorn zips up. See You Later right around the corner and just, well, unaware. I think that's the best way to say that. Is it happened before? It happened again. Third time's the charm, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this is the case. But right now, See You Later looks for it. Doesn't get it. Just backs up quite comfortably. Hearing that these players are up on the roof now, realizing, oh, I'm not going to get anything from this. That's fine. That's okay. Just hold position. Coca though, able to find that pick. Will take See You Later off the board. Will find that Vigil, and that's going to be a huge pick to start things off. The Vigil kind of looking upstairs towards that pillars, not aware of the open door towards Christmas, which they opened themselves. Looking for those early picks. Open pick. Clark Red, they weren't able to close it down.
With the Kebby in play, you're actually going to hear the vibrations of that phone call go off. I don't think it's really going to do anything. I mean, Cream is the only player that is off the site right now, and they're not going to get spotted out. You can see the Jackal is going to be spotting them, actually rotating all the way to the first floor.
The sprint.
Okay, I'm glad that somebody was able to get taken down. Yeah, you could just see the mad dash to meet that Valkyrie means that, well, SIUE, they are up one player. Never mind. This cannot keep happening. Caster's curse to the extreme.
Yeah, we love to see it, but I've seen a lot of sprinting in this series, and I've got to say, it's something we could probably look at cutting out. I mean, situations that you are certain there's nobody there, like a Roma going down on that bottom floor when nothing's happening around, yeah, sure, that's fine. Maybe if you're on the roof. But I feel like watching one tap sprint all the way to meet Cream, a little bit risky for me. Could have gone horribly wrong. They're very lucky it didn't. They call Cream in the reload. 30 seconds though. I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let it slide because we do have a player on the side. The frag grenade goes through as Cheese is able to find one. But is able to find that through frag though. Will take away Comic Poppy and Dicklepants all on their lonesome. Last time they came in onto this hell balcony, they died. This time with 15 seconds left, they're alive, but their angle's being held. They have to win this gunfight. They're able to get one, but the second swing is surely going to come from Cheese. Well, maybe it won't, but the kill does come through in the end, and that does close out the round and brings back all even Stevens like.
I mean, you still have Clark Red. They're doing what SIUE did in the past, is just keeping the arms distance. I think we've reached the point where we could see SIUE grab one, Clark Red get one, and then back and forth until the inevitable victory that Clark Red might have. Because in every single map, the team that has jumped out before in those first couple rounds has gotten the map victory. We saw SIUE first 3 rounds of Villa, they get the map. Clark Red, previous one, I mean, they won 6-0 their first one. You can kind of take it from there. And so far, Clark Red got the opening round. And now the path is lined with a Clark Red's victory. We're not there yet, but so far, they're able to at least hold reading. This is the first time they've been there. Maybe SIUE Black are just going to have a little bit of struggle constantly catching up to this team.
Yeah, I feel like Clark Red, they're starting to get a little bit more comfortable. They're definitely getting into the swing of things again. Maybe not as controlling as we saw on Bank, but definitely not as we saw on Villa, in it being so one-sided. Looking towards this round, it's the first time we're seeing the tertiary site on here. We do still have that very heavy presence of the Fuse. They have the Sledge as well, which has been seen quite a lot more since we've come onto this map, and these are good operators for it, 1000%, but I feel like the big things need to come with these opening picks. Maybe just have a little bit more flank watch as well when you go for this vertical play, and things could go really well for SIUE Black. Start things off though, Fuse will start to get that damage in, and you see that dining floor, there's not going to be any meals in there from now on. That floor is completely ruined, but still functional, so nobody has died, all well and good.
I'm just little bit of quiet. I don't know if the piano has. Oh, okay, Gold Unicorn. We're just gonna let that play out.
Okay.
As right now, Gold Unicorn taking the time to look at his friend Kami Puppy, just waiting for these hatches to get dropped. I don't know. I feel like this round is there's some awkwardness to this round. I don't know what is happening.
It feels like there's a little bit of tomfoolery, dare I say. See you later, able to find Kolkakus on the drop. Oh, that's a beautiful pick. But one tap there, able to find that refrag. Dicklepants nearly fell, but Rated will be there to close them down. And a 3 versus 4 for the attacking side. As they start to move forward, they have to deal with the mirror window, as Cream does a lot of damage to Gold Unicorn, but doesn't find a killing blow. Now Vector, though, with the range, is going to have a huge impact with the frag grenade. That's what's going to be able to close things down. Cream taken off the board. Rated rushing over to assist. He'll be able to find 1, finds 2. You have to find 3 to close it down. But Kami Puppy's on their lonesome all the way over towards Wine. What can they do? The vertical play isn't there. They don't have that top floor control. The Valkyrie cameras can spot them. The information, the big downfall of SIUE Black, yet again, causing problems for them. Jackal scans do come through, but what impact are they going to have with 50 seconds left?
Yeah, no, I mean, the classical music will be the nice soundtrack to Kami Puppy's death and SIUE Black's loss in this round, as no diffuser, 3 players left alive, one of which is guarding the diffuser. I mean, Kami Puppy is just kind of marching to death at this point. You can see the yellow pings giving away their exact position, evading some buckshot, so surviving for the current moment. Little bit of luck in that scenario, I do have to say, but I mean, it makes it a little bit more sided toward SIU, but still about a 2% chance that he wins this round with no diffuser. And well, when she's winning that gunfight, it plummets all the way down to 0%. So now Clark, a 3-round lead put between them and SIUE Black.
I don't know what I just saw at the end of that round there. I mean, Kami Puppy down below with that Jackal, able to find that pick onto the Jaeger. The very good pre-fire definitely coming through, and oh, that was something coming out. Yeah, like you said, though, the information was a huge thing. The trail of yellow pings coming through, the time that Clark Red had, obviously they had that diffuser up top. Rated, beautiful retake of that cocktail. It wasn't, they hadn't even completely lost it. They just lost one of the players that was down on the ground of Cream. But they were able to retake it very quickly. They're able to find 2 picks off the board of that. And then, yeah, all we saw was the Jackal left on their lonesome. Nothing to work with, no information to use, and pretty much all the information behind them. A lot of that round didn't really feel like SIUE Black were putting their all into it. I've got to be critical. I've got to be honest with that. I feel like they might have just been saying, okay, well, we'll give this round, we'll just have a little bit of fun. We'll get back into our mental with it. I hope so, because going back to this bottom floor site is going to be a very difficult one to win, especially with the momentum Clark Red have had, and the adaptation that they've shown win the last 2 showings of this site. I would like to see SIUE Black say, right, we've got a fresh approach for this. We're not going to just push VIP. we're going to maybe go towards Bakery, and maybe going to get this opening pick on the SIUE later while nobody gets a kill. Nobody gets killed, and both teams can be quite safe in the knowledge of that.
You know what's really funny about SIUE later? The 4 kills that he has, every single one of them are opening kills. And like, in 4 of the 5 rounds, SIUE later has gotten an opening kill and just has died shortly after. So, I mean, it's impressive, nonetheless, that he's consistently been able to do this. I think he's still looking for one. Dickle Pants trying to be cautious, but could get caught out. The jump out from SIUE later, I think if Dickle Pants hadn't been on the run, then maybe he would have met an untimely fate. But so far, that's 2 for Clark Red, as Rated now is actually going to peek that bakery door. I mean, this is SIUE Black's best round that we've seen so far. They cannot lose. I mean, they can't lose this, Creed. It's a 5v2.
Yeah, and the speed that they've shown getting into this round so far, Dickle Pants able to find those 3 picks to open things up. Absolutely huge. They've gone for a different approach. They haven't gone towards VIP, and as such, I don't think Clark Red really ready for it. The information's still there from those Valkyrie black eye cameras like we've seen before. But that's going to be Dickle Pants getting a quad as well. We don't see Cream in a position to support, so running around to gold, it's going to have to go down this hallway of death. The edge abs no doubt coming out. The flank watch definitely there. But the player doesn't land that shot. Dickle Pants holding that rotate. It's going to take a lot of work for Cream to get this round back. And as they take out the drones, as they take out the utility, they're aware of the players pushing forward. The shots ring out, but it's not going to land. And still, 5 players to take down. Cream has to get the ace. With 7 seconds left and taking damage, it's looking harder and harder. Looks towards VIP, spots the player, isn't able to close things down. And a flawless round for SIUE Black to try and get that momentum back.
And that's what they needed. Swapping sides, it's a swapping of momentum. That's the real thing. With Black going on the defense, this is going to be their stronger suit. I mean, I think both of these teams are much better on the defense than they are on the attack. And a lot of that just comes down to precise communication in between the two and timing. When you need that a lot more on the attack than you need to on the defense. But 4-2, it's not bad for SIUE Black. But, I mean, they're still going to have to fight their way up. And so far, that hasn't been successful for either of these teams. But I mean, bringing a Valkyrie, bringing a smoke, it's something that's benefited them every single round that they brought it, especially when Clark Red just haven't had the swiftest of attacks. Kokios is simply holding those smoke cannons, just fucking uses them within the last 30 seconds, and Clark Red can do absolutely nothing about that execution phase.
I've noticed something. Clark Red, they've been playing slightly more and more aggressive with every round that's gone on, especially every round that they've won. I think SIUE later is a definite example of that. With that visual jump out in the last round. Definitely comfortable. Definitely happy to just get stuck in. And I think SIUE Black are letting them play into that a little bit too much. Doing so, obviously, they're finding that opening pick. They're catching the player on a jump out when there's nobody nearby that SIUE later knows about. And there's realistically no reason to be jumping out. So I think this is SIUE Black reading in to say, well, let them get aggressive, let them get silly, let them get goofy. Because we're going to be ready for them.
It makes it a little bit more exciting, too, when you have a little goofy like that. It's not See You Later that gets an opener for Clark Red. It's Cheese this time, but, I mean, Gold Unicorn just dropped down. You're going to see Dickle Pants try to avenge their friend. Doesn't get even a single tick of damage, so losing would be your top frag. I mean, you have Dickle Pants actually has one more kill than them, but so far, losing somebody like that will sting so far, especially this early in the round, as Clark Red now slowly just chipping away at this defense. There's another player falling, and now all the plant denial, all the time denial will be in Kokios' hand.
Yeah, it will, and obviously these Thunderbird Kokona stations doing absolute bits for the side of SIUE Black, bringing Dickle Pants up at full health. Like you say, Kokios playing in Freezer is a huge player to be on the board, and the only real obstacle left for the side of Clark Red. Now they're looking over towards this pixel side, they're looking over towards white, but I feel like the push is definitely going to take place towards default. Dicklepants goes down, Serrated's going to push back through him, try and catch Kolkikos. It might be an opener onto side. The damage goes through, but it doesn't find that all-important kill. Doesn't find the all-important frag. And as they push forward, the wall gets open. Rated's able to find not one, but two. It's a one tap on the red stairs. Is here to try and bring things back within 1 round of Clark Red. The flank watch not holding the angle, takes out Cheese, pushes forward. Can they get the play on the hatch? Pulls back into cover, but Cream is there to close it down, finds the feed. And that's going to be Clark Red picking up another round. They're 1 round away from series point light. And SIUE Black 1 round away from having to play that perfect game yet again.
It's going to be... I think it's so hard for SIUE to come back. Clark Red has to kind of gift them this, I feel, at this point. Because a lot of times, it's mistakes from each of these teams that they aren't exploited as much as they can. And that was on top. It's pretty good, Cream. But, with Clark Red, now they're starting to refine some of their attacks. And with SIUE still not having that clicking power that you need to really win a lot of these rounds when you're going up against Clark Red. You just need to have some level of staying power that so far SIUE hasn't had, at least in this map. Maybe they did in the first one, but so far on the attack they didn't have it, and on that first round of the defense it just was severely lacking. But I mean, the Echo has been beneficial to this defense. Maybe that will be their saving grace.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Kolkikos have a massive impact. SIUE Black able to rally around it, have been able to catch them off guard just a little bit. But the question is, will it be enough? Obviously, they need to get another 4 rounds on the board before Clark Red find one. Very big ask, could be very difficult for them to do, but not out of the realms of possibility. Clark Red, they're having that pressure over towards White. They need to get those drones in so that Cream can find out that there's a player over towards Red, that there's a player waiting to catch them off guard. Droning over towards VIP means they're not going to find anything, but One Tap has that information. That Yokai drone nearby has been spotted by another drone, but still, can just retreat. Can just play it safe, and can just feed that information to One Tap. Who is aware that Sophia is going to be nearby. The drone comes through. Rated's able to find the first pick of the Commie Puppy. Oryx taken off the board, which means the entrance to the VIP is going to start, and the player on the flank watch, Cold Unicorn, gets picked off as well. Now, One Tap, whatever you do in this round is going to have a much, much more bigger impact than you thought it could did 20 seconds ago. Question is, what is that impact going to be? Anchor player still playing on site. One Tap being taken down. This opens up sight for the attackers to start moving in. Kolkikos has the access to the Yokais, or just Yokai in this case. It's going to have to win quite a few gunfights, as will Dicklepants.
I mean, the Echo is good, but not in this scenario. I think there might be a drone literally right next to Kolkikos. They know his exact position. It's not going to help Butter in this scenario, but Butter's not going to be able to get any more than one. And now Dicklepants just hiding by the kitchen. Honestly, Clark Red could just throw a body in there. It's not even needed, though, is now, well, they reach that series point that you mentioned. SIUE will have to play Flawless Siege, and it's going to have to be on a site that they haven't won before because, well, their defense just hasn't been it.
No, it really hasn't. I mean, Clark Red, they get in, they find those, they've been finding the opening kills, and in doing so, they're able to just really cut off a lot of this play that SIUE Black want to rely on. They want to have these roamers, they want to have this late game involvement, but that's twice you've seen One Tap have a make or break moment, and it just hasn't really gone well for them. Being cut off over towards the red stairs, being taken out on those white stairs just after 2 players get taken off the board. Ultimately, Clark Red, they did really, really good with that. They're taking control of those brown stairs over towards VIP side. Very well done from Rated to get in there, get that sense of mind that SIUE Black, they want to make that flank. They want to start that crossfire with VIP. Ultimately, looking towards this top floor site again, I expect White to be cut off completely like they did before. Maybe a player even over towards that white window, white bathroom. If they can get that entire cross-section cut off, a little bit of utility, a player in Pixel, and they have that situation. They have that access to Freezer. And there's only one gunfight that you reasonably have to win if you look at the last defense of SIUE Black. then they have access to sight. So I need something big from the defense here.
Well, Kami Puppy trying to pull a see you later, hops out and takes out Cream, but doesn't have the quick enough legs to hop on inside. Mozzie, it's those tiny legs that Mozzie has. So, I mean, taking out Lion, big play. You lose a C4 on the side of the defense, but I think debilitating a little bit of the morale of Clark Red is definitely a given in that scenario. But how long
Located a bomb.
will SIUE Black be able to hold? Kolkio's not an exactly secure position. I think he's in a dangerous play that, you know, isn't going to actually net any damage, net any kills, but it's still, you know, scary. Nonetheless, it's actually see you later, hops on in. Maybe the sound, I mean, I guess he's just basically in the site at this point. Oh no, Kolkio's can't hit shots. And now it's a 4v2. I think that just could be the icing on the cake for this one, as Gold Unicorn and One Tap now have to work their way through 4 members. And well, luckily Gold Unicorn will eventually be able to get the kill. That makes it a 2v2. I mean, suddenly, just like that, it's only Cheese in the 1v2, and it felt like Clark Red should have walked away with the victory at this point.
Yeah, I talked about One Tap being just cut off from these huge performances that they could have in crucial make or break moments. This is one that they've had. Pushing with Gold Unicorn, able to find these picks, retaking that site, and I'm honestly quite surprised that we did see you later lose that gunfight to Gold Unicorn. But in doing so, now the information's there. They know that Cheese is playing over towards that window, has to rotate around. This is all time that's being drained. That diffuse is certainly being watched by One Tap, or at least some form of camera. In doing so, Cheese, now once in a very powerful position for a post plan, is in a horrible position for an attack. Has to get inside this building. Not entirely sure where these defenders are. There's One Tap and Gold Unicorn. Leisure Minds at the ready, will deploy, and will be holding down the fort. One goes off, One Tap doesn't want to get aggressive, but is going to. Luckily, Cheese isn't holding that angle and tries to take that Schmott mine out. Or not the Schmott mine, the track stinger out. We'll be looking over towards that default plan, but the player over towards Freezer, they're going to spot each other, but they're not going to shoot. Oh, it's tentative. Cut the tension with a butter knife right now, but it's going to be Gold Unicorn finding that pick with the bullets. No knives here involved. Able to keep SIUE Black in for another round, and like, let's just talk about how that round went, because it just flipped so quickly.
It was a 4v2, and then suddenly it was a 2v1. So I think a little bit that was Clark Red's hubris against them, just not playing around each other as much as they should. So now we're gonna have to be here for at least another round, maybe more, as potentially that could give SIUE the confidence they need to put more rounds on the board, put more kills in their pocket. It's gonna have to be on Kitchen.
Oh yeah.
They haven't had too much luck on this side. I mean, the only round where they've had was the defense on the previous site, and even that one was clustered together, held together with duct tape and nails at that point.
I think what I'd like to see personally from SIUE Black, in terms of the playstyle that we saw from Clark Red, the playstyle that we saw from SIUE Black, I want to see more vertical hold. I want to see dining open up just a little bit. Clark Red, they went full white. They went full white push last time. Full main lobby. Okay, how do we play around that? You can make those vertical angles over towards that engine doorway. You can actually make vertical cut off some of that hallway. And if you're lucky, you can actually get right above that door with the clock at the side. Prep, you can cut that off. Dining, you can cut that off completely. But Kami Puppy wants to get aggressive, will be taking that opening run out, and gets that kill as well. We were able to get it last time. We were able to get it this time as well. Opening huge things, actually. Taking the sledge off the board, that vertical play, that 11 KD player. Cheese is still on the board, but that's one of the 2 hot gunners in this game removed for the attackers.
That is rated. That is one of your top players gone. So Cheese, the crown had to kind of fall on his head to pick it up for Clark Red last time. He is kind of the go-to in this scenario. But Butter leading the charge here as now Tachanka is gonna reveal his general position with that Shumika launcher. Just burn away the ground, make sure that Clark Red isn't actually pushing up past really where they need to. And actually, funny enough, he's running the 9x19 instead of the LMG that Tachanka is known for. I mean, maybe that faster fire rate is just what he wants on his side. The SMG can be a deadly combo, as now he's actually going to be forced up to right above the site, essentially. But Cheese is where everybody's eye should be right now, hanging outside of the small bakery, misses that air jab, and now as 4v4, we're all tied up halfway through the round. Anybody's round at this point.
Yeah, but we know a couple of very important things. SIUE Black, they have really good long angles being covered right now, but they're going to need to push through. Kami Poppy will take some damage from that player all the way in code check, but doesn't get taken off the board just yet. That air jab, not where you want it to be, but still going to have an impact and run nonetheless, shutting down that movement. Spot that melee hole, look for that gunfight. Cream will take some damage, doesn't find whoever was shooting at them, because nobody was. It was all Capcan traps. Looking to get revenge. Kokikos takes some damage over towards that small bakery, but doesn't get taken off. Not yet. Gets down onto very low HP. It's going to be Butter who's taken off by Gold Unicorn. And 40 seconds left. Clark Red, they need to make something happen. They have aggressive operators. They have the line. They have the Twitch. But Twitch is going to get taken off by Kami Poppy. This is where SIUE Black, they're starting to slow things down for Clark Red. They're going to start making them go into these difficult situations. They're swinging these angles just to make sure that they're not pushing, just to make sure that every single second is used to maximum effect. Attackers, though, of course, they do need to push light.
Seconds left.
But where can they push to? With what? They have the diffuser. But with Cheese, maybe that'll be enough to actually slap that diffuser down. But because of the time, you can't look for Capcan traps. Those are actually going to drop you. And even though Cheese doesn't die, SIUE Black now 2 rounds away from tying it up with Clark. We said they had to play Flawless Siege. I don't think it's been that, but it has been enough to consistently keep them alive. Make sure that Clark Red isn't tipped over the edge. I mean, 2 rounds away, that is a scary margin. Because now, Clark Red, I feel like the pressure is mounting against them. But here is the biggest test imaginable. They have to go to Fireplace Mining, the tertiary site, of which SIUE, I mean, you don't have much success at the defense with here. You're bringing the smoke, the mute. You've got Rook and Doc. We've got combos all the way across the board. Maybe the spawn peaks will be the difference here.
Maybe, but the big thing I want to isolate with this is Clark Red. This is the make or break. If they don't win it here, SIUE Black, they're going to have a repeat of those top and bottom site. And while that top one might not be as close as that bottom one, you can 100% guarantee SIUE Black are not going down without a fight. Engine Dining, not the typical tertiary site for a lot of teams, but I feel like SIUE Black, they want to take it on their terms. They want to say, alright, we've been winning when we have fun. Let's make sure that happens. Let's not have a repeat of Bank where we try and make things happen, we try and play by the book, and it hasn't worked out at all. So what we are going to see is Rook and Dog, they're going to put it all on the line. They are going to have that P90, and they are going to be looking for a couple of spawn peaks. Nobody spawning over that way, nobody getting that aggressive, wanting to take it. Clark Red, very much aware of what's on the line here. Like they said, they know it's make or break.
I don't know. I want to have. I love the little duel that Kami Puppy has. The MP5. One Tep has the P90. Maybe this will decide which is the superior gun. I'm on Team MP5. I like the MP5 a little better, but you know, maybe we'll see one of these players just make a huge impact on this round, because I mean, hero plays have been a little bit of the make or break, but One Tap putting my theory on top here. They are going to be that opening death, and now a lot of information, a lot of map control that SIUE Black was holding previously, gone. Completely washed away, and it's going to be up to everybody else. Maybe the utility that's in the pocket of Dickle Pants will equal it on up, and it means that SIUE Black have one less player to worry about.
A very nice pre-play C4, going to take away that Nomad, giving a lot of roaming potential to these defenders, something that they were going to take with both hands. As Dickle Pants is able to find Cream and take them off the board. You may say that the MP5 is the better choice, and while it might be on paper the playstyle of SIUE Black, it might be a P90. However, that might not be the case. They might just use it anyway and just make a way to succeed without it. Still though, 1 minute 20 on the clock. Vertical can still take place, but the big thing is, how is this execute going to go? How are they going to deal with the fact that the site isn't reading? Because you look at the verticals that's being made and it doesn't scream out reading to me. The mute gem is placed down so that Clark Red don't get that actual visual confirmation that it is not in reading. Rated's able to find a pick. The other big fragger on the board for the side of Clark Red. Gonna have to come up huge, but actually it's gonna get taken down by Dickelpants with the MP5K. Having an absolutely huge performance so far in this round and in this match, certainly. Maybe a little bit quieter in the other maps, but this is where Dickelpants is showing that it is big. Now, things start to slow down, but 30 seconds on the clock. Clark Red really can't afford for this to be the case. They still think it's reading, I want to add.
I mean, pushing into reading, though, if you kind of clear this general area, it might not matter. The C4 goes up, doesn't hit anything, maybe got the drone, but so far, Gold Unicorn has to worry about 2 plays at the same time. The reinforcements are going to cut off a huge portion of the site that Clark Red needs to get into. So SIUE Black, 1 round away, Greedy, from coming back 4 rounds in a row, taking us to overtime, and keeping their chances alive.
Alright, cool. He is probably going through the heads of Clark Red right now. They still have that opportunity to win, but the momentum is very much shifted. I mean, they really have started to just let things slip, and I don't think it's because they're not playing as well. I feel like it's because SIUE Black are coming into their own, they're having fun with how they're playing. Like I said, their playstyle is impacting a lot more of their decisions, and the fact that they enjoy their playstyle. You look at that Rook's being brought again, P90 yet again, they can just run around with it and have a silly, goofy time, and I feel like that last round, especially with the fact that so much utility of Clark Red was focused towards reading, because they didn't know that it was actually Dining Engine, a lot of that utility, a lot of that time waste definitely came from SIUE Black feeling a little bit, yeah, let's have a great time, let's mess around a bit, let's try and catch them off guard, and by the time that it comes to that execute, SIUE Black, well, okay, Clark Red think they now know it's this site, they know it's not reading. But they don't know, they haven't droned out that there's actually a player sat here. So that turned that entire dining hallway into a horrible choke point. One that they were able to push Clark Red in because of time. Time was that 6th defender, and it played beautifully for the defense. But the attack, Clark Red, this isn't over yet. They still have that 1 round to close things out before we do find ourselves at that reset for overtime. And this Roma might have a massive impact.
Mommy, puppy, all alone, not surrounded by any friends, but, I mean, sometimes it is when you're alone that you're able to do your best work, and it doesn't seem like Clark Red are actually minding him any business. They haven't truly dedicated where they want to go yet. They're still just kind of hanging up by the eastern side, the windows that I think they're a little bit lucky they haven't actually been hopped out yet, as something that Clark Red love to do on their defense, but it's SIU's really been restrained when it comes to that. But a minute off the board, and honestly, it feels like Clark Red really are only starting to actually get into the building itself. I mean, even the frag grenade damage that they're trying to do, there's a Thunderbird in play. There is a Rook, so rated now, even able to find Gold Unicorn with actually getting inside the building. Crazy how that works. An opener means that Clark Red have 1 less player they have to deal with. 1 tap could even things up with 1, maybe 2 in this scenario, but cannot hit the shots. And now with Cigar completely given away, it means that SIUE, they have 1 less area of map control to work with, and Dickelpants in a dangerous position, but could find bountiful rewards.
Yeah, very, very tentative push coming out from Clark. They're very much aware of the ramifications of losing this round. 2 rounds? Okay, that's a buffer. Now, though, this is make or break. If you go to overtime, SIUE Black, they're getting the momentum back. This could be it. Overtime, they could take it. And Clark Red, they don't want to give it any opportunity. Dickle Pants will be taken off by Cream. Yet again, 3-player detriment. And that's going to be Commie Poppy taken off the board as well by the FMG9. Corky Cost with the Vector has to make it sing a beautiful song. And a beautiful song of victory as well. 40 seconds left. The Clark Red know they stacked up. And as Raided pushes through, that's going to be closing things down. And the victory going to that number 2 seed. But definitely not as easy as we thought it would. Look at that scoreline. I did not expect that at all from 6-2.
I mean, it was a much closer map. I mean, you did not expect anything like that. Coming off of a 7-1 victory, it looks like it's going to be something similar, and yet here comes SIUE so close, and yet unable to even take us to overtime, finish out what they started. You want to see the comeback story happen, but sometimes at the end, that's just not how the script is written.
Yeah, well, sometimes it is what it is. I mean, a huge performance there from SIUE Black. I mean, if we take a look at their last game, their last match against Clark Red, which was the last match of the group, they went 7-2 and 7-4, and they did not win those games. This time, though, very, very comfortable. Not comfortable maybe, but definitely much better performances. Taking on those maps, taking a lot of the fight to the side of Clark Red. Very aggressive, very, very good at adapting. I mean, it's night and day. I do not see how a team like SIUE Black could have had the result they did against Clark Red if it was this team. So that means clear development's gone through, clear thought has gone into how they play it, how they attack a site, how they defend it. So I'm very pleased to see them, even though they are that 7th seed, even though they are knocked out in that first round of the playoffs, a lot of promising things coming through for a team that, to me, feels very young, very fresh. And, I mean, while they might not be towards the younger side of that collegiate scene in terms of years and levels, they're definitely a team that I feel have a long way to go, especially in this season, maybe in the coming years.
But we're not done yet with this match because we do have an interview with the winners. So we're going to have to do a quick break, set that up. We will be right back, so do not go anywhere. All right, we are here for the interview. We've got Cream in the booth after that wonderful win that you guys just got. So to immediately start it off, I want to hop over to McCready, get some questions out.
Yeah, so first of all, mate, I want to address that elephant in the room. Obviously, Bank was a very, very strong game. How do you feel like it compared the momentum across the series? Because obviously Villa, maybe not the result you were looking for, but then Bank was so strong, and then Cafe was a little bit more of a mixed bag.
Yeah, I think it's a unique spectrum of confidence. Not confident enough on Villa, perfectly confident on Bank, and then too confident on CAF, and that cost us a lot of rounds, especially after the turn from defense to offense. But yeah, some work to be done for sure.
Yeah. That ties in actually to my next question as well. I mean, obviously, you guys are going to be progressing to the next game in the playoffs. And I want to know kind of what the next steps for your team. What are you guys going to be looking on in terms of improvements? Is it just going to be general things? Is it going to be very specific things? What are you? Because I'm sure you already have in your head little changes that need to be made.
Oh, of course. Well, obviously, not playing too aggressive, not playing stupidly just for kills. I think that's a big problem that we've faced throughout the whole season. And then team coordination, playing off of each other, just calming down. You know what I mean? Just slowing down, resetting when you have the map control, and then yeah, obviously just the small things that every team could work on.
And so, going over to my questions, how are your spirits after that first round? Was kind of the expectation that you were gonna come in. Maybe it was be a little bit back and forth, but ultimately you would walk away with victory. Or did you kind of throw all that into question after the first match?
It's a warm up, isn't it? That's how we viewed it. It's a game day scrim. You lose a game day scrim, but you go on and you win the second map. And I think we looked at that and we said, okay, we got to buckle down and we got to win this next map. We got to take as many rounds as we can, and we did, and it paid off. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just got to calm down, recenter yourself, and put it out of your mind. Like totally detach it, pretend it didn't happen.
How are your perspectives going forward? Like, do you expect to get all the way to the finals, win the thing? How do you feel going forward?
At the expense of sounding cocky, I think with this as a wake up call, we have a very, very good chance of winning the whole series, winning the whole playoff, and winning the final. I think if we buckle down, it's absolutely viable for us.
All right. Well, McCready, do you have any other questions?
No, I think that pretty much covers it. Hit the points we need to hit. Looking forward quite confidently, and definitely number 2 seed coming off that victory. I can't really follow you on that one.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you so much, Cream, for coming in, answering our questions, and congratulations on the win, of course, and you guys will be going on to the next round of the playoffs, so you have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You guys too.
Yeah. So, well, that is it for that matchup. A lot closer than you and I predicted. That first and that third map were back and forth, and especially the endings were as tight as they could be. But, I mean, that's not all that we have tonight.
No, it is not. It is all from myself, though, but we do have that second game coming up, and that is, if I'm not mistaken, I just want to double check this, though, because
NECC.
important. Yeah, I just want to make entirely sure. I don't actually have it up completely, but, we'll bring that up. There we go.
I knew I had it in my mind. I was like, it's NEC versus somebody. But
yeah, and then Louisville Blank. So that's going to be a very exciting game as well coming through, because that's going into the Emergence Division as well, isn't it,
Yeah, we're getting to that higher tier, and these two teams have duked it out before, just like the previous two teams, and that one was a one to watch as well. 3 maps back and forth, but yeah, make sure you stay tuned for that. But yeah, we have to say goodbye to our lovely caster, McCready. He gets to go to bed for the night. It's definitely a little late over there in the UK, but make sure you guys continue to stay tuned to the stream, as because how long the previous game went, it's not going to be too long before the next one. So stay in your seat, or at least get some refreshments before we head on to the second game, of course, in a little bit, and we will see you then.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to NECC Rainbow Six Siege. I'm Treasure. I'm here with the illustrious Light Rose. We got our first round of Rainbow Six playoffs tonight.
Yeah, I just came back from the other game, which we had a map 3 banger, and now we get to go to Louisville Black versus NEC Esports. These are teams that we've seen before, and both of them definitely want to have a little go at with each other. So hopping right in, we want to go over to that roster sheet so we can show you what the heck is up with both of these teams. On the side of NEC, we've got Bot, Pancake, Hatchet Thumb, Trojan, and GK. I mean, I think you and I have casted NEC a lot of times before, so these names are a little familiar to you and I.
Yeah, us as well as you all have seen them a couple times before. And, these two have actually played up against each other before. So we have our number 2 and number 7 seeds in the Emergence East Division going at it today. And of course, when they did go up against each other earlier, is a couple weeks back, the win went in the favor of New England College. They are the ones seeded there in the second seed, but the underdogs for tonight, University of Louisville Black. We got Banana Fenrir, Maze, Aqua, Iggy, and Kowalski here coming up to represent for their team.
Yeah, Veneno, I mean, being that is that how it's pronounced, Veneno Fenrir. So it's definitely a mouthful for sure, but you can see that it's somewhat of a young team. A lot of these players coming in, not knowing for sure what they want to do. And well, I mean, right now they know they want to play Rainbow Six. They want to go up against this NEC team and potentially move on to face the winner of Platteville B and Central Methodist. And well, I mean, we just saw SIUE Black lose up against the team, so maybe SIUE Red all the way at the top, the number 1 seed, will have a little bit more luck. But right now, it's that third match, NEC Esports versus Louisville Black, that we are looking forward to.
Yeah, so this will be our determining of one of those big round 2 matches as we continue to get to see this bracket develop over the course of our playoffs.
And now we head on over to that map screen. We want to know where these teams are going. That's obviously an important thing. And well, Clubhouse, Border, Oregon. So I think there's a little border in there with a little more familiar maps.
Yeah, so that's nothing too crazy to be seeing. Although I do like to see border, something that we are lacking a little bit more in the regular season. So seeing some more representation of this map in those vertical side angles, but it's one that really does a lot to reward very aggressive play, both from the attack and defense. So sometimes it can be a little bit steamrolly either way when a team really gets going. If they have that momentum at their back, then they can really stomp out the competition.
I mean, NEC going for Clubhouse, and then you've got Louisville going for Border. Definitely a different style of maps, but I mean, what is your opinion on Border? Do you like Border? For sure.
I'm neutral on that, honestly. As a competitive map, it's not my favorite on this lineup at all. But you see, I actually come out more similar to NEC here. I think as far as the picks go, they're taking Clubhouse and leaving Oregon there in the mix to end up as that final map, which is both pretty comfortable maps for both teams. But I think it's all about finding just how fundamental you can play and really play to the rulebook Siege. And that way, I think whenever you're playing some really off the cuff kind of strategies, then they're really going to shine on those maps where the precedent is so much more set.
Yeah, I mean, and then you've got like Clubhouse, Oregon, maps that I feel like we talked so much about in the past that we literally cannot say anything more about them. I mean, maybe refresh some people on the fact that we've been here 500 times before because of how long these maps have been in the pool, how much teams choose them. I mean, but it is for a reason. They know how to play it. Everybody knows how to play it. So expect it.
Yep. Right. We are all ready there. All the players prepped up for our first map on Clubhouse, like we were talking about. So, some pretty standard, and thus far, we'll probably be seeing some pretty conventional bans. Thatcher still getting banned out quite a lot. His pick rate has dropped quite a bit since the changes with the EMP throwables, but he's definitely staying up there as one of the most important and map bending characters that we have. Jackal pretty typically is one that we'll see as well. And on the defense, we expect that Mira and Valkyrie, which have been really staunchly high ban picks.
Maverick is actually going to fill the shoes of that second attacker. So, I mean, usually that's mainly geared toward making it a little bit more difficult to open that CC wall, making it a little bit more difficult to actually open those hatches sometimes if you do not ban Kaid. But NEC, they're going for the wombo combo. They make sure that, no, those hatches will stay unelectrified. So any Habanas, any aces will have a much better time opening them. But I think Maverick was mainly for that CC wall.
Yep, that's the big thing. It's a little bit of a X factor there. Sometimes at this level, there can be problems, trials and tribulations for both the attacking and defending team when it comes to Maverick tricking, especially on that wall in particular, where sometimes those small peak holes can really just reward players who are just faster on the pick and faster finding ahead. And that can turn rounds on their head immediately, because if you lose your Maverick, if you lose your hard breacher that early, then sometimes attacks just can't come back from it.
And surprisingly, we are seeing a CCTV defense first. Like, that is rare. Nowadays, teams will honestly rather go to the basement, or they'd rather go to the gym bedroom before heading to CCTV. It's really fallen out of fashion, but maybe the fact that bandit tricking has made a little bit of a resurgence in the recent meta, and there's a reason why we're seeing Maze bring him out, is because there are certain scenarios where you can, try to trick out, make it a little bit harder for the attack to actually enter inside of that wall. So I wonder if we'll see that.
Yeah, I do find it delightful. For some time, we've been seeing Mute really taking the full role of all the wall denial operators, Bandit being made mostly useless by a myriad of other utility that we were bringing to the table, like frag grenades being on so many more characters before this last patch, and Zofia being like a near 100% pick rate. Those things just make it really hard for Bandit to be so useful, and everything's built around that breaching as far as team compositions go. So Mute was having a much better time. You can spare a Mute jammer. It's not going to stop the wall from getting open, but it's still going to require that utility. Now, Bandit getting back into it, giving us a little bit more subtleties to our wall play.
We're seeing NEC actually go towards the bedroom side, the gym bedroom, instead of trying to attack the CC wall directly. They're heading from Western on over. And, well, I mean, so far they're in the building. If they actually start chipping their way over towards construction, you just saw logistics getting broken open. Maze needs to be a little bit careful, otherwise they might get caught out from a player inside of logistic. But so far, I think the attack from NEC has gone pretty quick, and they're actually starting to work their way towards the site, which then they can use drones, utility, and of course, catch any players that will be on the roam, or just peek a little bit longer than they need to.
Getting totally baited out by that drone. Now there's no player left on red. Maze still holding the angle towards this door into construction. There's electrified wall, that single con wall, so that's going to be quite a bit of a benefit for the defenders. A good flank from Veneno Fenir actually keeps any off pressure off. So a minute and a half left. NEC still has time to rotate. We're going to see this bandit trick. Oh, no, it's not going to quite go down in time. The wall is open, and suddenly this cracks up in cash room, but Maze does have to be removed for a good fight for that.
Yeah, so now, I mean, you have the Talon Shield, which I don't think it's far enough to actually try to get the plant down, but it could be enough to just scare away the defense. But, I mean, the flank could really start to get something done here as Bot gets his second of the round. And I think Trojan, you'll have the air jab go off, so not only will it be the location of Fenir's position, the smoke canister is really gonna do nothing. It's more about the shotgun in this scenario, Treasure, as Quality just has to wait for that diffuser to go down, getting the confirmation that, yes, you have some place that you need to work for, but not even ADSing. Quality doesn't even need that in this scenario. The hip fire is good enough, but now just the amount of HP they are on, not having every angle covered, it means that NEC will be able to get the diffuser down, get the first round in, and feel a little bit confident going into the future of this map.
Wellesley was really close on actually getting the smoke denial that he was looking for, but doesn't quite come up. He doesn't hit the diffuser, and they still have a lot of freedom to move around, especially with those 2 picks from Bot. Just doing a nice job playing patient on construction side, and I think the clutching up for the attack for NEC came from the blank denial, having air jabs up and a player actively watching those stairs, because Veneno Veneer has been looking for that all game, poised up in the lobby, just waiting to run up main stairs.
I mean, clearly the bandit tricking didn't work, but I think part of that came down to the fact that NEC went for the construction take, which usually you might not see as much of a dedication from the attack. So maybe Maze will be a little bit more conditioned to actually, you know, trick that wall instead of being a little bit late on that. Because, I mean, having that open did allow NEC to just get a little bit more of an advantage, which, you know, will always just kind of hurt you in the long run.
Yeah, I felt like the timer just suddenly changed numbers. Like, as far as feel, obviously it doesn't, other than the normal second-by-second changing of numbers. But it felt like everything changed so drastically when that thermite charge went through. We got the EMP, and then the lack of bandit tricks. Suddenly, cash room fully open, and Ba was able to just keep walking on the defenders. Here we're seeing a little bit different of a take, a more mixed CCTV side. This will bring us to more in line with what we're really expecting to see a lot of times. Hatchetum, one of the shield is going to definitely protect feet from any shots. Look there, I don't know if that's going to do much for any other kind of explosives or plays to deal with them. Ooh. May's looking for the bandit trick, not going to get the right wall though. Audio cue's not quite helping him out. C4 gets a drop on Pancake, but it's too late. Pancake's basically done his job by getting the wall open.
Yeah, I mean, Pancake will be able to get revived. I mean, you saw him drop on down. Now the revive happens, so C4 drains a lot of health. But like you said, Pancake got the wall up. So what does Louisville need to do now to defend? Because you've got Hatchatham on the Osa. The air jabs clearly have been doing the job for NEC, but, well, Adro gets caught unaware that Veneer was just right around the corner. I mean, the footsteps, they were going every which way, so I guess you can't really fault him for that one. But Louisville able to get the opening kill, and weren't able to do that in the previous one, and already doing a little bit better than the previous round.
Veneno Veneer definitely showing us already that they're a player to be reckoned with, keeping NEC checked downstairs and keeping up a lot of pressure. Whew, a really good aspect for their team right there. But once again, taking that same spot as before. He's seen for a moment, and Kowalski peeking right back, even though he knows, having given away that line of sight, that he's going to be exposed. Frag grenade here is just to get rid of some of this utility, make it possible without having to punch it. Another player going down on red stairs. 3 for Bot, same place, basically the same kill. Getting another line of sight once again, but it's pinched on Aqua, who has to fight 3 out once. Now he's going to get those motion sensors off, knowing that he's got a player coming up pushing him, and he gets that one just clean as pie.
Well, now you got a Hatchatham slapping the diffuser down. You're not going to have as many clean kills as that, or just the recoil ending up in your control, as Aqua has really one area he can actually push through. No impacts, nothing. He's just kind of funneling himself towards death. But I mean, we've kind of glossed over Bot has 6 kills so far in this game, Treasure. It is round 3. So far, he has 3 KPR. That is insane. If Bot is not shut down, I mean, what? You're not going to see anything like that.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. Opening picks on both rounds, and a 4K on this one, getting 3 to open it up, and the final kill. Bot has to be stopped.
That's 6.
That's just downright crazy, if you ask me. So, moving on to another site, I think that's going to do a lot to help you. 7 out of 10 deaths already, going down to Bot just walking in through construction room. So, if you don't have a defense that's going to work to shut him down, do something else. I love that, but you do lose the back-to-back CCTV rooms rounds if you're Louisville Black here. Going back there again, though, which I imagine we will probably be seeing over the course of this map, if we end up back there, they just have to be peeking less aggressively on those angles because they're letting Bot just see so much flesh. And they got the defense advantage, right?
Yeah, but it's only 2 rounds in. But I think Louisville did kind of toss a little bit one away by going back to the site that they previously did, because you're going to kind of run into a little bit of trouble when you do that sometimes. Like, you test your luck. And clearly it was the same result for NEC, but a lot of that could be attributed to the fact that Bot is 7-0, and you're actually seeing a drone from Trojan roll in. I think they might have been speculating whether or not Louisville had any players in sight, but yeah, you have all three members just hanging out. You've got the Rook, you've got the Smoke. No need to really rush anything because working through Iggy's sweaters is going to be a difficult task. But Adro getting a little bit of revenge on Fanir for what happened in the previous round, and now just hungry for more as those footprints are going to be spotted, and now Maze just kind of has to run for their life.
Yeah, some good recognition here, especially about to get pinched from 2 angles from the attacker. So it's good to have Maze still up here, but he just doesn't have any point of contact. He doesn't know what he's walking into, so every single room he's got to be box and shadows to be getting through here. Aqua has some grenade denial, but there's going to be way more explosives coming down from these fuse charges. Yeah, he's going to hide in the corners and hope one of those is going to be bouncing around a place that's just going to end him.
I mean, you can't impact Trick. I think that's the one thing that Fuse was broken right there, is that Aqua was trying to impact Trick and could not, and now Pancake got the hatch open. You've got Sledge breaking holes in the floor, making it so that the defenders constantly have to run away, but Bot peeks, doesn't get caught out for now, but the impact will make sure that Bot's reign does not go unended. He's 7-0, still impressive, but so far it is Louisville who gets an upper hand here.
Yeah, and up a player as well, a minute left on the clock, so NEC is going to start moving into crunch time. They have a pivotal hatch open in the kitchen, but now there's plenty of defensive eyes on this one, and 2 players staring at similar angles, so they're losing some of this man time that they have, doubling it up right now when they have less than a minute on the clock. Trying to find a kill on AKs, but holding safely. This is exactly what the defense needs, just bide their time and hold their positions.
40 seconds left. NEC doesn't have the odds on their side, but they might have skill. As now Aqua put down in the ground as both Hatchet and Trojan get one. Iggy's able to spot the Fuse just crawling around on the ground, making it all equal up, and Pancake just runs into a crossfire, leading Trojan in the 1v2. His diffuser is not in their pocket. Now just, well, a risky play here. Treasure spots the Jaeger all the way in blue, but was there enough time on the clock to actually get the kills that Trojan was trying to catch out? He gets one. Can he get the second? He's firing away, and
No
the
way.
AK! The full magazine, you don't see it a lot. 40, 50 bullets wins it out in the end. A huge play.
There's no way that drone survives. There's no way that drone gets to keep red pinging in blue room over there. There's no way Maze goes down to that last bullet fired through the wall, just barely nicking the edge of his ear and taking him out. And there's no way that AK has enough rounds in the magazine left to down a Rook, but it's just gonna happen there. NEC getting through 3 rounds in a row, and even without their carry in the first 2 rounds, Bot, that hero going down early, but Trojan Op absolutely coming out swigging.
Nobody runs the AK, too. Like, it is, I mean, maybe since you had the recoil changes, made the ARX a little bit more unwieldy, but the AK has almost always been the secondary gun to the ARX. So, mad props to Trojan for sticking a 2.5 on that thing and winning out the round with the huge mag that you get with that AK. So, I mean, how do you walk away? How do you try to come back from that? Louisville, that should have been their round. I mean, even if you don't have the Jaeger peak, like, there's so many variables that lead you to a victory there.
There are so many back and forth moments in that round too, and that shows us the light for Louisville that the round count just isn't suggesting to us right now, because at any point they could have won that round. It was going back and forth and back and forth. As you can see it specifically with the player count: 2 kills for the attack, 2 kills for the defense, and 3 there to finish it out for the attack. And that is really fascinating, actually, with the AK, because this is the one situation where it's actually relevant, because the one benefit it has over the ARX is those additional rounds in the magazine. Getting 10, I think, more rounds than its alternative, the ARX, would have. And that's the problem with the ARX, is that you just don't have that many rounds. And playing the flank watch role, typically that doesn't end up being a huge problem. Typically, you're not the player who has to clutch up. But there you go. You know, take it for those opportunities, and if you're getting headshots, damage per shot doesn't really matter that much anyways, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Adro, the Jaeger has been actually working for NEC.
Oh.
Okay, I didn't see that player. Clearly, Adro did, as Fanir tries to go for a sneaky play, gets caught out, and now Maze is dropped down. So, I mean, NEC on a 3-round streak now, probably going on 4. Louisville's gonna try their best, but with Iggy and Aqua clearly at a disadvantage in this round, where does Louisville go from here? I mean, this isn't their map, but going down this early, it would be a large disadvantage and a large deficit that they're going to have to fight their way back from throughout the entire series.
Yeah, this is not the repeat of the basement that they needed. Basement is one that's a little easy to fall back on. There isn't too many crazy variables here. There is going to be a kill for the defense. Again, this one he's been holding on to his bar. It's an important spot to be at, one of your last lines of defense to keep the bomb from going down. But there's still so much time for NEC with this many more players. And they've got a lot of intel already. So this is when they're going to start moving up on the intel that they've been gathering. Pushing up, Hatchet Thumb is going to go with Pancake. Make sure that Diffuser can't go down and be lost to them. And Trojan Op's going to be pulling up the other angle. Pull up that threat of the Nomad that clutched up last time. He gets another one holding that same angle. He's got to move now. He doesn't want anyone knowing that he's just hiding out there after those last 2 kills in a row came from the same spot. Aqua still holding the same spot himself, though, and nearly taking down Hatchet Thumb, benefiting from some more armor. Gun's going out either way, and Iggy has finally filled this up to Aqua. He did a nice job looking for a clutch last time, but once again, he's in a 1vx situation while the plant is going out.
Yeah, so Aqua doesn't have the health to actually push up while the diffuser is going down. So now that timer is going to be refilled to about 30 seconds for Aqua to work with. There's not a lot of HP on the side of NEC, but Aqua doesn't have much either. So basically, it is a test of reflexes. If you've ever played COD hardcore, that is what this is. Right now, Aqua now, their position known due to the air jab, but unfortunately, just the lack of information really killing them in this situation. So, I mean, a closer round than you and I would have thought, but it's still NEC walking away with 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, this is starting to look pretty suffocating, and we do know that NEC has in the past during the regular season already defeated Louisville Black in a 2-1 series. So they're looking to get that same kind of thing started. The defense really cautious to go to our 3rd or 4th objective on this map, going back to CCTV where they lost twice in a row to open up this map.
Well, CCTV, I mean, well, we go back. Nothing really. I mean, the closest round you had was round 3. Even then, you still had NEC come away with it on the basement side, of course. So, what needs to change? What do you think, in your opinion, is the kind of thing that is having Louisville struggle?
All right, Lyros, track with me here.
Okay.
Stop bot. Y'all stop him from just walking in through instruction because they are giving it to him. He's got the gun still to make this happen. Just don't peek him. You gain nothing from it. Throw smokes at it. Honestly, like if we're having that much of a problem and away 7 kills in 2 rounds up here, just throw some smokes at it the first time that there's any sign of people wanting to get in through construction, and make sure that you keep single con wall closed as well. As long as that side is just going to be solidified, then they have so much less to worry about, even if we're going for another mixed attack like round 2, where they actually aren't going to go for a CC wall in addition to having an east side take or west side take.
Well, NEC, Louisville, I mean, we've seen both of the. I think we've seen NEC a lot. Like, we've casted them, like, I feel like we've cast them, like, 2 or 3 times. I don't know what it is that just kind of has them fall on the NEC scheduling. But I think we've definitely got to know a lot of these players as well, like, and kind of how they played. I mean, Bot, obviously, 8-2, a great fragger on the side of NEC, and we haven't had the opportunity to look at Louisville with the same amount of time and the same amount of presence. But are you? That is the 3rd round. That is the 4th round in a row that Adro and Fenrir have had a fight, and Fenrir has died in the past 3 rounds to this Jackal. I would be fuming if I was him.
This guy's got wall hacks, and he does. That's the benefit of Jackal. And Louisville hurting a lot for leaving Jackal up. And they end up going with those of Thatcher, and that does do a lot to dictate this round, but I don't know Maverick would really be doing too much in this round or in this map right now, and whew, Ghost Killer on the Jackal has been doing everything that NECC needs from him.
This round is so silent. Like I've been a little bit more quiet, but it just feels like a lot of times what these rounds are is you have these explosive moments and then just a large silence in between the chaos. Because now you might have an actual engagement happen, of which Aqua's unable to win. So now Garage is honestly gonna be able to be given up. You're gonna have Trojan push up, even though Adro gets down, you still have the advantage as the attack, as Trojan now takes Rafters, takes a little bit of damage from the Bandit, as Louisville gains the advantage for what feels like the first time in forever, but Iggy cannot hit the shots needed to officially put Pancake down. It is a free-for-all right now, Treasure, and honestly, it is anybody's game at this moment. Pancake unable to win that scenario, but Trojan, the 41 bullets inside the magazine of the AK. There goes one. Doesn't need to reload. There's no way he does it twice. He has a slight health advantage over Iggy, and Cista has the information. He does it again. 2 clutches in a row. 1v2, 1v3. Unbelievable.
What was that from Iggy? Running on a 3K, taking out player after player. That's exactly what we needed. Shutting down bot, holding the angle close, and making a reappearance of all those great anchor kills that we saw from the other round. And then right before his opponent steps through the door, like that 90-degree swing to the left, that just hurts. It was like a muscle spasm or something, it looked like, and it cost him his life because he wasn't ready. It was the worst moment possible to be looking anywhere other than straight at the door.
I'm just in awe that it happened. It was an unwinnable round for Trojan in that first time he clutched it out. He does it somehow. And then in this same round, he doesn't take any damage, even though he's at like 35 health. And kills 3 players. Like, he must have rolled like a D20. Something on his luck stat. I don't know Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know why I'm making that reference. But something feels mystical.
Attackers are heading out.
It's the AK. It's the AK buff.
It's the AK buff.
If you believe in it enough, the AK will get you through.
Like the Mossberg.
Yeah. You just believe hard enough, and it'll find it for you. That really is how the Mossberg is. Like, we were seeing that earlier, Quality, those hipfire shots coming around the corners, really getting big kills. Didn't end up in his favor still, but Mossberg making dreams come true sometimes. Very similar setup once again, another round of CCTV, and yep, the EMP has gone out on the wall. No attempt this time for a bandit trick, but the defense has kind of livened up a little bit here, pushing out further. It's going to be Maze that's trying to be first contact against this bot side of the map by construction, where Maze has not previously had any pressure, and that's just allowed NEC to walk on in through construction. So this time it's a lot quieter though from NEC. They've mixed things up. No.
I refuse to believe it.
Holy. Just right outside a billiards room was... No. Oh, Veneno was on Valkyrie this time, finally bringing out that character. Must have gone on cameras to try and get the upper hand, the intel advantage. Elsewhere, Aqua, another player that's been able to do a lot to keep Louisville in the rounds, taken out by Maze. All our big players are out here except for Trojanop, who just has been unstoppable trying to push up into site. Kowalski, no smoke's going out. I don't even know if they hear Hatchet Thumb putting down Diffuser. He's got some protection from the Kiba barrier as well.
And Louisville just unable to stop the presence of the NEC. A C4 takes out Pancake, but you know who's still alive, Treasure? It's Trojan. You cannot count this team out as long as the Nomad is still alive. Hatchet Thumb takes a little bit of damage, but does more in Iggy in the process. Please,
No way.
I am No, he gets one. He has 2 more to go. There is no way in hell he gets this. He's gonna get it. He is going to get it. Qualzy is the only player left alive. It doesn't even matter. He doesn't need to get it, Treasure. We can count this on the docket. Trojan has completed 3 1vx's.
This is insane. 3 clutches in a row. A 3K, a 3K, and a 2K with a plan to win. That's half of these rounds won by Trojan nearly single-handed. And this one was the craziest too, because it was to deny an ace from our defense. Maze nearly doing it all, but just couldn't carry hard enough.
I am in awe. Like, genuinely, I have no idea how to feel about what is happening on my screen, because I've never seen a team have that many times where they have consistently been in an advantageous scenario in an execution phase as the defense and consistently losing to the same person. Is this real?
This feels scripted. This feels scripted. Lyros, are we on payroll for one of these teams right now? This is going the same way every time. I've got 4 rounds in a row. Opening kill, Ghost Killer over Veneno. That's insane. And the last one is a knife. Like, how is there such a storyline within such a short span of time?
Man, you could write like a series on this entire map. Like, it has been it might be a 7-0, because there is a good chance that Louisville, their mentality is in the gutter. Like, honestly, it is completely understandable as well with the amount of times that Trojan has just won a clutch situation. Louisville would be defeated. I would be defeated in this scenario. So, I mean, you need to walk away after this map, get a huge mental reset. Oh no, Ghost Killer could actually find a couple feet, but I think not taking the shot. They actually get shot at themselves, but our eyes should not be on the breach. They should be on Hatchetum, who has the sausage by bedroom, because of course he does.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing to be up to. Looking for a lot of cheesy kills already. Afghan's really there to stop a really aggressive push, or a team that's waiting until the end of time to push on in. But with that shotgun, you're telling me that you're looking to cheese some kills. Aqua's the one that opened up this round against Pancake, the one member of NECC, sorry, who is not really finding those crazy numbers to put up on the board. Maze and Veneno are fraggers from the other side, from the defense, now finding a lot more success for themselves. And it's just Bot and Ghost Killer sitting in the defense. There's no accessibility from wall still, so they have only these peepholes to be watching.
Yeah, so now you're actually not going to have direct access into the site from that wall. Aqua's going to have to break open that construction wall, as maybe we'll see a frag grenade go out and destroy the mute jammer. But so far, Louisville, okay, so the mute jammer did go down, the construction wall did get opened up, and now Diffuser is down. With Maze getting dropped, even though the construction wall is open, either Louisville are going to have to win this on frags. They do have an advantage, and now with Ghost Killer on 1 health, I think that's the play at this point.
Yep. Has to be.
I mean, it has to be.
They should know that they can't get their diffuser here. Yeah, there we go. Aqua Negi pulling it together. I would hope that they know that they couldn't go back out and get that diffuser because of the Ace's Selma charges getting blown up before they could actually open up any larger spaces. But that was their only win con at that point. 3 of them inside the building. I don't think they could even get to the diffuser, run back around inside the building again, and get there in time. They just had to push up. They didn't know Bot was downed, but that was such a benefit to them. I bet they were like, oh, we got the kill. Oh, round's over? Okay, we'll take it.
Attackers need to locate.
All right, so CCTV we're going here again. We're seeing a couple swaps from NEC. I think we got Trojan on the castle, and this time Hatchet is on the mute. Yeah, I mean, swaps that probably will be advantageous, but Castle on CC is an interesting play. I mean, I feel like you're actually kind of hurting yourself in some of these situations. Like, you can't reinforce from construction to cash. Like, you can't reinforce between the sites. I mean, you mainly have that window, but construction window? Like,
10 seconds remaining.
very niche.
I think Castle on CCTV would be amazing if Sledge was not, like, if he was banned, I guess. Like, if he's not in the game, then I think you could get a lot out of it. But now, putting up the windows, this means you can't get some runouts for the windows to actually punish the attackers if they're getting too greedy by putting more players up on the veranda outside the windows here on the south side of the map. And it means it's going to be hard to get some more rotates, especially for some flanking positions coming up main stairs. So we'll see where it actually ends up landing here. Trojan, I think, is looking to roam some more, and Ghost Killer really is going all the way out to the strip club. Yeah, the strip club side toilets, where he is soon to have some company.
Ooh, I mean,
No.
potentially getting some revenge on a player or two, but okay, the drone's going around. Second run. Second time failed. Third time's the charm? Nope.
Nope. No, there
Didn't
will be
catch
no
him.
third time. Third time's going to be with live rounds.
No, yeah, no. There's no way Finir.
There it is.
There it is.
Yep.
It's not the opening kill. Technically, that goes to Pancake. You might as well call it the opening kill, as that is the 5th time that Finir has died to Ghost Killer. So, there's clearly a pattern that, I mean, I don't know what it is. Like, he's got tracer rounds. He's implanting them in Finir to target him specifically, but it feels personal.
No, I bet he's like a sleep rage in this point. He's controlling him. Like, Veneno Finir doesn't even know. Your theory earlier in our chat was, I don't know, maybe Veneno Finir killed Ghost Killer's dog at some point. It's got something personal to it.
Yeah, but even though Ghost Killer doesn't survive for much longer, I think the point has been made. There's no ace. There is no Habana on board. Aqua was the only hard reach, and Qualzy, and I think, I don't know who the other player was, Maze maybe had to break open those castle barricades with their bare hands. So even though Rafters is in position of Louisville, it can't really do much with it because a lot of other areas are pinched. Basically, there is nowhere for Louisville to work. And even though, I mean, you've got Lion left up, I'm going to say it, Roger, that was rough.
How often do you
that
see an
was
execute from the defense? All three of them swing at the same time. Kill, kill, kill. Like a perfect ending right there. And a nearly flawless map, too. NEC looking in perfect form off of this first map in their playoffs contention. Louisville Black here is having a hard time pulling up to these contenders that they've already had one loss to. They do have another map here. It is a map that they chose, so they're going to be really hoping that border is going to be what makes it count for them.
Yeah, but you're not going to have another map like that
I don't
probably
think
ever
so.
again. Nothing
was a wild
as
one.
It was spectacular. Not in the terms of how like nail biting it was, but just what actually happened inside of the map is like a once in a blue moon type of thing. But I mean, we gotta like take a mental break after that. Reset.
I think I've seen like 3 knife kills in NECC
Just,
ever.
like,
It's
there's so much
just
you
a
can go off
wild
of it.
moment
Yeah,
after
I
a
know.
wild moment. There's so much. I'm gonna be thinking about that. We're gonna come back, just enjoying and really processing all that. And we'll be back in just a couple minutes with that next map. So don't go anywhere. We are back with NEC versus Louisville Black here for NECC Rainbow Six Siege playoffs. I'm Treasure, and I'm soon to be joined by Light Rose. She'll be just right back. She's she's fighting for her life right now. She's returned. There we go.
I had wings. I'm really hungry. I had wings.
Sometimes
Continue,
with the busy
continue.
caster schedule, you
Yes,
just
yes,
don't
yes,
get
yes,
a chance to work it on it. These
Look,
two,
I've been going since like 6. So I'm
Yeah.
hungry. Okay.
yeah, but these two have been locked in this battle already. So we know this has a history to it. Our number 2 seed NEC won out 2-1 in regular season against Louisville, and currently they're up a map. So to keep up with that pace, this map, their map choice, has to go Louisville Black's way.
Yeah, and I think it has to go pretty objectively in their favor. Not only do they have to win it, I think they have to win it with some force. Like, I mean, I'm talking 7-4, 7-3 fashion. I don't think we're going to see anything below that 7-4. I mean, even if NEC starts to win it, I'm expecting Louisville to put up a fight. I need them to put up a fight because it would be very surprising if they don't, even considering after kind of how these two teams have duked it out in the past, how Louisville has done against other teams in the past. To see them go out with a little bit of a whimper would be surprising.
Yeah, they were able to take games off of a lot of their opponents there, not letting anything really go 0-2 in most of the cases. Yeah, only taking 2 0-2 losses, going 2-5 for the full season. So they're taking a lot of games. That's a crazy game differential for their actual match series. So this looks good for them, especially off of some of their much higher seeded into playoffs teams that they had to go up against. Since this round robin, they played against everyone that is in this entire bracket, but they have good wins on games to their name. They just need to make these series count to find an upset if they could possibly do so.
I mean, Dekebi gone on border is, I think that is something a little unique. I don't think border she gets like power on compared to the other maps. Maybe it's a little bit of a, wanted to take out a couple target bans, who knows in the end, but NEC starting on the defense, I think that automatically kind of shifts the favor in their direction. So Louisville's just going to have to find a way to fire back, even though I believe the only round they won was on the attack.
Yeah.
I mean, we still have such a small sample size. We can't really make any justifications on it.
Yeah, that is true. A lot of them, I mean, with the way those rounds were going, it's not really so much trends. I don't think I'd put any of those rounds from last map as like this sets a trend for something, or this really means this for X. I would just say that round went the way that it went. Like, I feel like each one was just a testament to whatever was happened between 10 players for 5 minutes. So I really feel like we're getting into like a grab bag where just about anything could happen, but I guess gonna go back on my word real quick though. I do think the one trend that sticks out as something that I think we might keep seeing is these entry deaths, because a lot of those roles are gonna stay the same.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that we're not going to see the ghost killer Veneer story, as that was
hope.
shocking as long as it went. But I think that is definitely some expectations. I mean, maybe we'll see Hatchet them start to come through, Bot as well, because Pulse isn't really one of those entry operators. But Louisville, I think, first step, you have to get the entry kill. You can't have NEC constantly get it over and over again. Make sure Veneer survives from the get-go. All right, that's one contradiction gone. That's Bot shutting down the Thatcher and now just able to get away scot-free.
Yeah, that's a nice start right off the bat. Like you're saying, Pulse not an entry fragger, but going to give information to your players going to be looking for entries, and a Vigil is the perfect candidate for that. Going to be hard, going to be slippery to get a hold of after that. Even if there were operators in the nearby vicinity that could go after him, they're going to have a hard time tracking him down for sure with their drones due to his ability. The one concern I'd have with that, it didn't come up this time, but putting Ghost Killer, your Pulse down there, that's actually a really common place for even pre-fires or some vertical pressure from the attack from below. So that's a really common spot for someone to hop in and look for an entry kill, and putting your Pulse there, a late round value character, is a risk. It pays off this time, but I'll keep my eyes on that,
Yeah, I think there was a little risk with that. But, I mean, he had the player who just died. He had the assistance of somebody like Bot near him. So it is going to pay off, I think, in dividends. Because now you have Veneer going. Maybe Qualzy, who I believe ran into a Capcan trap there. Ghost Killer actually had like the back blast of the trap in the end there. So already this round is falling in NEC's favor. You've got Qualzy and Iggy. Now Aqua on half health. I believe Iggy should be able to find this kill. Oh, just the gun kicks a little bit too hard. But who knows? Louisville, they've still got a small fighting chance, but Pancake could just honestly, you just demoralize this team any further. Getting a kill with a 44 mag would definitely be it. Okay.
Ooh, there it is. The one shot, a big old pistol round going right through. Hatchet Thumb was the bait right there. Down but not out. And a perfect piece of cheese for that mousetrap. Iggy left all alone. Trying to find any way in. It's not going to be very likely, especially with the defenders kind of looking for some clips for those one-tap opportunities or anything else. I am still reeling. I kind of got glossed over. It wasn't a really important frag in this round. All right, GK finally shut down. That's actually the player I'm thinking about. The C4, he scanned like 3 or 4 members of the attack from Louisville, and the one person he C4 is the one person he kills. Veneno Veneer.
Of course. I just, we gotta like we'll keep a counter on our end, so you guys don't have to worry about that.
We'll get a final count in the end, I think.
Of course. NEC though, still rolling on strong. I mean, that round probably a small outs closer than they would have wanted, but still, it felt like they never really lost control. They get to go to Bathroom Tellers, which we haven't really seen their ability to hold vertical. I feel like we've seen their ability to win their ones, constantly outplay Louisville, but when it comes to directly holding places where vertical play is integral, and we need to see that from NEC, I think.
Yeah, so far, they had the pulse to do a lot of that vertical. In the basement, this could be, I think, a lot more pivotal. There are hatches into sight. There is a lot of soft floor on the objective as well. And those offer direct lines of entry as long as you can clear out the players guarding it and you can get a drop into sight and clearance to drop, then you're in the goal. So enforcement's going over here on the south side. That's going to prevent any more typical horizontal kind of taking from the lobby. It's going to make it really difficult or really resource investment heavy in the late round. There is some additional hard breaching coming in from Iggy on the fuse. Got those hard breach can openers in addition to Aqua's thermite charges.
Oh, Ghost Killer trying to etch their way towards the outside of the building, wanting to get another opener. Maybe onto Veneer, maybe not. We'll see, but clearly, no, that is Fanir, for sure. Louisville, you've got multiple roamers up on the second floor. You had Trojan, but I mean, Iggy is going to get this round started for an explosion for Louisville, making it so that Fanir survives another day. There's no Legion Mine still trolling around, but a great shot from the Nook. It means that, honestly, the roamers aren't really much of a threat anymore. It's just that one player that took down your fuse, the Thunderbird, who now is rotated back into sight, so that second floor is clear.
That is a great start for the attack, especially. Like, just the player count already is huge with just about 2 minutes full up here. And Vanilla Veneer actually is going to have more and more impact as this continues on. Any intel left for the defenders is going to be rendered useless. Those remaining players on the defense who are working the cams don't get to do anything to Veneno. And I believe Veneno's got that plot armor now after Ghost Killer has been taken off the board. Really close sight line right here. That's a little risky to be looking at it there without ADS, but Aqua doesn't get punished for it in the end and has actually totally pinned down Trojan up right until he reloads. What a risky run, but it's totally successful as well.
The fact that they actually survived without even taking any damage is gonna sting. But Louisville, they still have a grip on this actual site itself. Oh, okay, so the Hatchet Thumb missed one, tries to repeat again, does take out that Thermite, but now Fanira is actually going to replace the Thermite with the assistance of Qualzy. So this is a little bit of a risk play, I think, because you could drop the hatch, maybe get the jump now with one less player on the NEC, but with Maze on low health, you have Hatchet Thumb watching that hatch itself. Louisville, this can go one of two ways. I think Maze is an integral part of this, but we're gonna have to see, because clearly they're just waiting it out.
Yeah, Maze taking the off angle there, I think, really opened up. I was getting worried for the attack that they may have buffed it by pushing up and installing their players all in one place. And Kowalski's patience does pay off. Here, Hatchet Thumb getting a little too antsy with everything. The Mossberg paying off there, the last shot to the feet, and here comes another one. Pancake on the 2 in a row. Kowalski's the last one left, and Pancake has it all in the pocket, ready to go. That's exactly what you want from any SAS defender.
I starting to give up hope, Treasure. Like, that was another 1v3.
Yeah.
It was. I don't think it was as close as something like Trojans, because the Mossberg is kind of built for that scenario that he was in with Maze. But it was still a 1v3. That is the 4th time that Louisville has dropped this one today. And that means NEC is going to continue to roll on the round streak that they've been able to get 2 in a row. And what with Vent Workshop, that could very easily make it 3, because I think NEC definitely did struggle early on with their roamers. Louisville dealt with that very effectively. If that doesn't happen, what then is next for Louisville? Because clearly they still struggled with the actual execution of the site. I mean, you had a couple of missed shots that, you know, I think that could have defined the round if it happened, but it didn't. It does happen sometimes, and well, I mean, if you can't shut down Ghost Killer, you shut down Bot, you still can't walk away with a victory. What is next on the playbook?
Yeah, it really is. Every single player on NEC has the capability of taking this one from behind. Like, you really can't count anybody out. It really has to be a full elimination. It's just a really competent roster where everyone can do their job and a little bit more if they're called upon to do it, which is great to see. Not if you're a fan of University of Kentucky Louisville right now. It's not what they want to be seeing.
Well, just waiting it out. There's something that Louisville did in the past. They're just throwing a break. Got to catch out the roamers. And it did work dividends in the previous round, but nobody on the side of Louisville's playing over there. They're playing over by Armory. They're playing actually near the site itself. They're not dedicating as many roamers. But I mean, they're going to make it out alive. That's a little surprising so far, but they get away. And actually, Louisville's punished for it.
Yep, not getting away all the way, but just getting greedy, standing there for too long and letting the repeat come out. Veneno Finier here finding some kills as well as Orange starts looking up. Getting a couple kills right out there off the bat. Aqua keeping it rolling as well. Only 2 left on the defense. Thumb and Pancake just stuck in sight, watching their defenders all away ahead of them. They still got some strong final anchor positions, though, and we've seen some crazy stuff from NEC as far as clutch potential goes, so I wouldn't call this one over yet.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Oh, of course not. I mean,
Recovered the bomb.
did something
That was a good trick. That was a kite play. Yeah, that was a thermite charge, actually. Went out on Office Hatch.
Impressive. Gai tricking is a difficult task to do. So I think one of the hatches was open. I don't know if the other one that's actually inside that main kill area was.
Yeah, server
but
one's going to be open still, I think. Yep,
yeah,
it still
I mean,
is.
Louisville.
They got can openers, though.
Attackers are
Yeah, it doesn't even matter if they get that open or not. I think Maze just did that as sneaky as they could. I don't even think it got spotted out. So now Louisville have to rush to defend that site. You're having NEC just kind of scramble over there. And Louisville, no, they don't have to rush. They just kind of have to sit back and hope that NEC are the ones that panic. And eventually, Louisville, they have a good enough grip on this round. They have site control. They have time. They have time, so they should play it using the timer. And now, as it gets about 3 seconds left, Thumb just has to commit to the defuse or he dies. And now we've gone past the timer. It will be Louisville going down. I don't know how Aqua actually died. I think that you might have saw just a random stray bullet, but I like Louisville a lot better in that round. They felt like they used miscommunication and on the side of NEC a little bit more.
I actually thought both of Aqua's kills were really indicative of some clean communicative playing from the attackers. He got 2 kills right off the back of other kills from his team, working with information on where the opponents actually were. So they're playing a little bit tighter and really locking everything down a lot better. Like, that was a really clean win all in all. The gunfights, it looks like NEC overall has a little bit more of that raw gun skill, which can get you out of a lot of situations that you shouldn't, which we've seen a lot. But this one, there's no getting themselves out of that hole. They're locked down so well by Louisville, who are willing to play to their advantages and play to time perfectly.
I wonder if there was what the reason was behind Louisville picking board. Because for teams, there obviously has to be a reason, right? So I mean, is it Louisville's defense? Was it their droning? Because that does seem to be a little bit better on this map. Is their ability to at least seal off some of the roamers on NEC compared to the previous one. I mean, so that is more impressive considering the first map. I wonder how their defense will fare because, you know, that was where that kind of struggle bus was, the road it was on previously.
The defense looking for some cheeky stuff once again. There's another spawn peek, but there's plenty of drones around. None of them get shot out yet. Yeah, gotta take out those 1-ups, the extra lives, or the attack. You don't want to get yourself caught there. I think there must have been miscommunication on whether a rotate hole was going up or a reinforcement over there. Both are pretty reasonable depending on how exactly you're looking to hold, but this one's going to cluster up a little bit more and try and force hard breach. This time, there's only thermite charges, so that's pretty valuable.
Scalar gets spotted out just by the toes of his shoelaces. As basically the tip of his feet were caught out as he heads into custom, but it kind of has to be ignored as nobody can be really dedicated toward taking out Ghost Killer because most of Louisville's attack is centered toward the security side, break room area. So, I mean, you might have Veneer try to head over to Ghost Killer, but that hasn't had a good track record in the past, Treasure.
No, that is a risky place to be playing for specifically him. He's probably going to be coming up main stairs to put, a splitting wedge into the defenders right now. Iggy is just inches away from a mortal fight right there. George Knopp took a lot of damage earlier. Plenty of healing, though, on the Thunderbird kit, so he's pretty much unpunished for his earlier peaks, taking off some time. Veneer does actually find the refrag for this round on Ghost Killer. That is actually a big one. And entirely Raw just going in and making sure to deny himself on the Nook pick. Maybe not paying off overall, but this is a great spot to be in right now. Just like we were thinking, a wedge directly in between the two halves of NEC's defense.
Oh, no, no information. Aqua walks in. Ashatham clearly reciprocating that lack of information, not knowing where Quality is, but you lose your thermite. So now your main entry when it comes to the site is just going to be the doors that exist, and that is not going to be a healthy play. Pancake gets caught on the drop. There were seconds for Pancake that could have got on the hatch, have not, and that, well, they just did not roll the lucky dice in that scenario.
Yeah, this match has been all about luck. And Fenrir once again taking another peek without the information, getting some damage traded back and forth. Well, Kowalski tries to find that fight on. Well, on the other side, C4 is going to be pretty scary, but Trojanov doesn't find his kill right here. Damage trading back and forth with 10 seconds left right now. The defenders not willing to push up on their angles. Fenrir finds a third one on the round. Impact last one for Bot going out. He knows he's in this 2v1 that could be coming from either side. He's gonna fell that. Whoa! He spells Fenrir, but coming back, running all the way in with this one shot to the shoulder. No health left for the rest of the fight. That's all it took. On 1 or 0 seconds left. That was buzzer beating.
Yeah, that was a hard stopper right there, and I'm wondering if he hadn't hit a headshot, would the round have ended? Because that
was a headshot, dude?
It was a headshot.
Oh, that replay made that look like a shoulder shot for sure.
No, in the kill feed, it was considered a headshot. So, man, this series is exciting. It is explosive. It is kind of everything you want when you're looking at a series. You've got flashy players, you've got exciting plays, clutch moments. What more do you want in a Rainbow Six series? I'm surprised this honestly isn't the friggin' finals at this point with how close these teams are going at it. But so far, Louisville, they are still fighting from behind, down a map. They have to win this one and go on to the next map of Oregon if they want to move on to the semifinals. So a difficult task ahead of them for sure, as well. NEC, they're bending, but so far not breaking.
Yeah, I must say I was one with little faith when we were looking at a 7-1 and then 2 rounds in a row for NEC's defense, but already things have really shifted in these last 2 rounds. Louisville clicking something in round 3 and keeping it going for round 4, even though it's another 1v1 clutch scenario on a multi-kill and a 1vx. Like, they just keep coming with them. I don't think there's going to be any stopping to those buzzer beater rounds.
I hope not. It's exciting, and I want to see more of them because, I mean, it's exciting for, you and I to just see these clutch plays, get to cast over them, get to analyze them, and just talk about it, because those are what makes everything, like, yeah, in a lot of these rounds, you might have, like, default strategies, and that's, what you expect, but that's the exciting or what you live for. And that, well, the Rotero will not actually catch the Hygiene Club, but Aqua did not get it in time. So you're going to save the Thermite. But right now, man, it is just a game of chess and checkers between these two.
No way. No way. Kaid's supremacy being shown out right here. Pancake's getting everything he wants. He's baited out 2 Roteros that have gotten nothing. Destroyed a Thermite charge, I do believe, there. And spooked off the attack altogether. And he's not used any resources, just a little bit of his time in these first 30 seconds.
So Aqua can kind of play the game again, but you might lose a little bit more in that scenario. But I mean, where was Ghost Killer even from? I don't know where potentially Ghost Killer got caught out, but either way, that's a bullet. That's a gun, that's a C4 off the board. So even though Louisville, they're kind of getting pressed for time, they still have a lot on their side. They know where a lot of operators are. They pressured them back as well. So I mean, Louisville is very easily be in their round, even with Maze going down, but NEC can so easily fall in their direction.
We're seeing a lot of these fights go the way of intel. Whoever's got information to work off of is doing a great job of actually picking things up. And I think we might be seeing that there, but there's a lot of blind peeks. Whenever we're seeing Louisville move up on intel, like those Rotero drones being used so liberally, is really, really good. Even though that grenade falls off from the hatch, still a lot of damage on Trojan, so he's going to be forced to use some of his resources. Doesn't matter to him if he's going to be taking out Aqua like that. Hold runs again. Vanir kills himself while Bot picks one up on Iggy. Kowalski's the last defender remaining. Bot and or last attacker remaining, and Bot and Hatch with them batten down the hatch, just trying to figure out where this is going to come from and try and shut it down, maybe with a shotgun, which apparently he took on Rook.
I mean, Qualzy doesn't have the AK. He brought the ARX, and clearly that is the one main reason why he was not able to clutch that out. But channeling Trojan as much as he can, unable to keep Louisville on the round streak that they were going on. But putting 2 on the board so far with a good chance of a third, Louisville seeming much stronger on border, and for good reason. I mean, they did pick this map, so who knows? Maybe once they swap the defense, they'll feel a lot stronger, because maybe that's why they chose to go on this map, and then we'll just really start to see a spur of victories on their side.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I think in the Louisville playbook, absolutely, they got to be rooting on maybe Clubhouse is just a bad map, and hopefully they can be pulling up from here. Going down here once again on rounds, I think there's going to be a close map either way, so that's not really concerning. This is really the middle ground of middle grounds at this 3-2 point. We're going back to our first floor bathroom. Pretty strong objective now since the reintroduction of this map to the competitive pool. But once again, it's a pretty staunch defense lineup. A lot of the just nice overall successful characters. Valkyrie coming back again for, I think, her 3rd round appearance in this series. Despite dying with Valkyrie last round, GK is going to be switching out off with Trojan Op. So he'll be the one providing intel. Ooh, that's not good to see, though.
Well, ow. I think that's the best way to describe it, that situation.
Yeah, look both ways before shooting the cams.
Of course. I think usually when you see stuff like that, your main thought goes to, oh, skin problem. But no, I just think that was literally trying to shoot the cam and accidentally ended up shooting your teammate in the face. So now Qualzy doesn't have the ability to shoot air jabs, which might give somebody like Ghost Killer a little bit more agency. But, I mean, something that Louisville have been doing wonderfully, for sure, Ghost Killer has just not had a chance to breathe.
Yeah, there's so much more drone pressure. I think that actually has got to be the thing in round 3 that kind of changed everything up. Just more active droning from the attackers, and suddenly the roam has had to change entirely or just die really quickly.
I mean, you had Qualzy's opening death traded out with Ghost Killer, but that's still a player you really wouldn't like to lose. His bot taking a little gunfight, loses out against Iggy. I don't even know where Fanir actually got shot from, but either way, you still have 2 players of Louisville at about half health. And now storming over to the side, a lot of time on their side, a lot of map control on their side, and utility cleared on the defense. So this is kind of a playbook round minus the team kill. But Louisville just kind of doing everything default, and it's working to a T.
Yeah, now the defenders having to scurry around in sight. 3 of them, all 3 of them, are resigned to their individual corners to try and avoid, make sure they don't get hit by any fuse charges. The hatches opening one by one, and we have seen Louisville have some good success playing hatches previously. This time Hatchet Thumb brought some barriers for the hatches, so they'll slow down some of the pressure, take off some of the utility as well. Ooh, but once again, it's another pick from Maze. This time actually not from above, as I was thinking.
Louisville, I still don't like the fact that Trojan's alive. I mean, Trojan doesn't have that nomad power, but it is still Trojan. And that's never a good thing in that scenario. As Pancake now with the SMG-11 just aims to hold down this singular site. Trojan, but the way in tellers. Silent.
Oh, what a place to be.
I know you can hear the silence of Nook, but now we will hear the bullets ring out, and it will be Louisville on top for now, as Trojan gets 1, looks to get 2 more to add another to his arsenal, but the amount of health he took in that trade just might make it unwinnable, as now Iggy slaps down the diffuser for good, and Maze does make sure Trojan does not have another 1v3, so Louisville 3-3 on their attack. I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, we're reestablishing that back and forth even score counts. That's really good to be seeing for the Louisville. They're staying in contention just as we'd be hoping, and they have the luxury of a defense now on their favorite map. Catch it the Montagne. Round one attack. Big if.
Look,
Big if.
You were here for the last
Attackers need
series.
to locate and defuse bombs.
I've seen too much Montaigne today.
Oh, no.
I have seen, like, it was basically brought for the entirety of the second map. The second map was a 7-1.
Oh my.
She was brought by the losing team. So
Attackers have located the bomb.
Montaigne, haven't seen it used as effectively as he should, when a lot of times if he's not used correctly, it is literally a detriment to your team. And I think if he's used correctly, it's a walking drone that cannot be shot. In certain scenarios can be, you know, used to kill
10 seconds
enemies, but
remaining.
Hatchet Thumb, not giving them a gun, we'll see if that will hurt this team in the end, as starting on the attack. I think getting an explosive win off the bat would be beneficial, but I wouldn't count them out.
Looks like the Montagne first job is definitely going to have to be going for the wall immediately, bringing the impact EMPs. That's going to be enabling Pancake to get the hard breaching down, going with the LFP. So revolver time with Montagne, not as common just because you have fewer opportunities. Does do a lot more damage though. So if you're really high rolling, a couple of shots to the chest can put down a defending operator. But like you're saying, it's a lot of risk that you're bringing with Montagne in the first place. Not having a gun can be a huge risk. Oh, no, they're not going for hard breach right now. Instead, opting to go right into office where nobody is defending currently. The defense might actually not even have a clue that this is going down right now. There's a full-on ninja defuse. All of the utility going down here. Trojanov takes up Aqua, but doesn't really matter. There's a Montagne on the diffuser. As the player count starts to dwindle here, and the diffusers watch from two different angles. There's one on the window, and more Yin Candle is coming in, making it so hard for Maze to push up. He's got a single fire through here. He's going to see this one side the defenders or the attackers on, and he can't neutralize that candle. So another one goes out, wastes even more time. Just about 13 seconds left right here. Someone's going to run out and try and take this pick or try and take out this Montagne. C4 going to be backed up on, but it doesn't matter. GK gets two in a row, and it's just Veneno Veneer has to be able to get up here. Not even in the same room yet, lagging behind the rest of his teammates. And at this point, it's just unplayable to take out a Montagne on your own. 3 for Ghost Killer, taking this one by storm.
I mean, I would be impressed by NEC's ability to, you know, use the Ying with the Monty, get the plant down, but there was almost no pushback from Louisville. I mean, was there one C4? Like, maybe a couple impacts, but nobody was peeking. I think you had like 3 roamers off the site as well. So NEC just absolutely whipping Louisville in that round, taking advantage of the fact that they were clearly unaware, but who knows? Maybe that was a fluke, or at least Louisville hopes that was a fluke. I would expect them to probably go to the same site, maybe bring some operators, but be just an eensy-weensy little bit more aware this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw one player in objective. I don't think we quite saw all the way to Armory Wall, which there probably wasn't another player on, I'd assume. Just tending to whatever wall denial was there and being able to feed intel to the team as to the status of that wall. But we saw one on lockers and nobody at all in office. That's a big thing to miss. But you know, the thing with like a plant rush is it always comes the round that you least expect it.
That is like the goal of the rush, is that you play mental games with your opponent and you're like, okay, now would be the right time. No, wait, hold that. Now would be the right time.
Yeah, you got to be expecting them to be expecting that you're expecting to do it, right?
Maybe. I mean, we don't see many plays like that. I mean, that's one of the sites where you might see that. I mean, you've got Oregon Basement. Maybe Trophy Statuary on Villa sometimes. And also Kitchen. I'm trying to think of like all the sites where rushing isn't like it's sort of a legitimate strategy, you know?
It's like, it's not trolling, it's cheesing, right? Like kind of riding that fine line between playing like counter meta and just playing kind of silly and throwing in the towel. This is definitely one of those sites where it's very directly accessible from outside, and there's some supportive options like the window that Ghost Killer is playing. That's a vital window there. If it's not being watched, then they can add so much control to the attack, and you wouldn't think that it stands out so much like that, but it absolutely does.
NEC not bringing the Monty, but I mean bringing Finka. We haven't seen Finka used consistently ever since she got the massive nerfs, not only to the LMGs, but she has no frag grenades. So the only real reason you bring her is the fact that you can heal up about 20 damage. So, you know, that might help you in the long run. His bot would love to get a little stimmy in his bloodstream with those nanobots, but he'll have to wait. We don't want to be too selfish. Maze, though, they got a lot more damage than the bot would in the end, as they do heal their friend up. So Louisville not getting the eager start that they might want after a round like that.
Yeah, bot players falling off a little bit on the KD since last map, finding his to open this one up and holding a nice angle directly into sight. This is extremely threatening, especially with the second kill coming out from Ghost Killer, and the defense is starting to tremble in their boots. They're gonna have to start collapsing back to sight. Iggy's a nice anchor. We've seen him have a lot of success in this role here, but Banana Fanier is still in a place where he can't play off of intel at all, and he can't feed anything to his teammate. He's just fighting for his life right now, as the second player has basically gone the way of the attackers. Pancake and Ghost Killer going down there to the flanks on either side. This is huge, totally turned on its head all of a sudden. NEC struggling for their lives, but there's not been butter. No strangers to this situation.
Oh, of course, fighting down Veneer. They don't have the, you know, counteracting of Ghost Killer, but I mean, you take it out like 120 health Vigil. It couldn't be too hard, right, Treasure? You just put the diffuser down. Boom. Just like that. Don't even need to do what I said. NEC now, 5-3. They are starting to put a little bit of a lead in between them.
Looking really confident on the attack. I mean, round 7, you know, those things happen. A rush, it doesn't indicate too much to me, but being able to pull things together once again and rely on information trade-off between attackers and just pure fragging skill, that is what takes it home, and that takes them for the round. And they're going to get another attack. I'm not sure which defensive side we just called, but it's a little bit curious of a case study. We saw a lot of back-to-back rounds from Louisville Black on the previous map on Clubhouse, but they've been more back and forth in their picks. Yeah, they went second floor for the rush, bathroom just now, and now they're back up to second floor for another try at this one, which we anticipated being a run back for round 8 anyways.
Oh no, Hatchet Thumb on the Monty. Ghost Killer on the Ying. You can tell though that, yeah, no, I mean they're gonna go for it, but you can tell Louisville are a little bit more prepared because I mean underneath the actual door itself, they were prepping the floorboards. I don't know if you can see in like the little left hand bottom corner. Yeah, right there. Yep.
Thank you.
I don't think they had that before.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
All right. So there's some options here to deal with that Montaña, and it is sticking. Actually, NEC is doubling down on this strategy even more. Come from a different angle, though. I'm curious if they're just doing this to avoid spawn peaks, and they're still looking for the exact same plant as before. Yeah, that looks quite possible here. But bringing Trojan up on Gridlock this time as well is going to be even more to just gum up objective. Bring some breaching charges as well to make sure that they can deal with some more soft holes that they just don't have the ability to deal with the rest of their team. That's a pretty nice, actually, filling for the rest of the team comp. That's a great ping right there. That's really smart from NEC. They checked to see if it was going to be possible at all, and they go, oh, yeah, there's a floor hole there. Louisville expects us to do that again.
I mean, the adaptation, that is something that not directly going for what they did in the past, instead throwing out, being a little bit more cautious. Veneer, well, I mean, we kind of got that on Live Leak right there. Like,
Oh, no.
yeah, oh, Qualsy, I'm kind of sad we didn't stay on Iggy's perspective, was on the camera, because, like, that would have just been brutal, watching both your friends die with probably a execution happened because now Hashatham will probably get inside the site with the Candelos, with the smoke canisters. There's only 2 defenders from Louisville to stop the flurry of NEC players, which would put them on series point. So, I mean, the odds of Louisville taking this one and walking away with it, very, very slim, especially with the fact that only Aqua is left.
Wow, okay. A flawless here as momentum starts picking up. A lot of wind in the sails for NEC as they're bringing this one close with a match point up here. We might be looking for a pause or rehost or something here potentially. But that one looking pretty brutal. Of course, a flawless in any light, but also Ghost Killer. When it rains, it pours for Ghost Killer kills. I think he had the 4K just barely not getting the ace in that one, which is just insane to say.
So, hey, we're trying to figure it out. I know the servers for Rainbow Six, I don't know what it's been for like the past 3 weeks, but something happened to like Central and South Central where it has just been objectively worse than it was. Like, we're getting like really bad servers. Hoping that maybe they fix it soon because it is definitely difficult when you're in a lot of casting a lot of competitive games and you don't get to see a lot because you're constantly having rehosts.
Yeah, hate to see it, not seeing. I like seeing. Okay.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, big fan of it. That and talking, like number 1 and 2 thing is here for us commentators.
10 seconds to go.
Okay. This round, going back up to the second floor once again. This is a real doubling down from Louisville. They have to make this objective work for themselves. This is what they built their match plan on. They went, if we can weather Clubhouse, then we get to Border, and we need to win on Border in order to find our map win on this match. And this is what the only thing that's going to give them a ticket back into staying in the competition for playoffs at all. So things are starting to compound on them, finding this first match and set point.
So, I mean, going for the same thing, they're actually not going underneath and trying to, you know, take out any pulse. Instead, it is just a head-on direct play like we have seen before, but Bot enter the building, I believe, from Fountain or office window, now pushing Fanir back in the lockers. You're probably going to have Hashidom push forward in the Montaigne, and, I mean, I hate to call it right now, Treasure, but the fact that Aqua has to do a 1v4 while caught out, he doesn't take any damage in that scenario, but he's got about 40 seconds to really make some magic happen, and it is going to have to be the greatest magic I have ever seen. We're going to have to see some crazy shenanigans happen. Yeah, he can't even enter those east stairs. He's going to have to push through smoke, through tracks, stingers. I mean,
yeah.
Accept your fate, Aqua.
Yep, we've got the observer vision. We can see everything set ahead of him, and it's even worse than he knows, and it is a basically lost cause. But Aqua has played really well in clutch scenarios. He's going to know he's got the down. He's not going to see this one coming, though, and Pancake finishes up with his second kill on the round and the diffuser to clutch this one up and give the set to NEC. Even once Louisville Black started to see that light, NEC band down their hatches, clean this one up 7-3, which does not tell the story of how insane this map was. I mean, map 1 was crazy, but I think this will be a match that I always remember having watched, actually, because there is just so much wild plays, wild storylines for even a 2-map series. So a great one in the books, but it's going to be NEC that is the one moving on from here.
Yeah, an iconic map 1. I think that's the one that, even though it was a 7-1, we had a 7-3 for the second one. I agree with you wholeheartedly. So NEC, they get to move on, and we do have an interview kind of starting to get ramped up, so want to make sure that don't take too much of your time. We want to actually head to a break, but is there anything that you want to kind of talk about the game before we talk to actually the player themselves?
Yeah, I just think that was a wonderful one overall. I mean, I think the biggest thing was intel handoff between the two teams. That's what I think where some of those inconsistencies laid, but overall a great showing. I was really happy to see.
All right, so we are going to head to a quick break, make sure we set up that interview, and then we will get to hear from NEC themselves. We'll be right back.
Howdy, everybody. We have a bot here from NEC coming off of this victory just now against University of Louisville Black. How's it going, bot?
It's going pretty well. I mean, great. We executed everything well that we wanted to today, and I'm just really happy with the outcome.
Great to hear. Well, Light Rose, fire away.
Yeah,
We got some
well,
questions. We got to
yeah,
interrogate you.
there's definitely some things to be asked. So I mean, the first one that comes to mind for me is the amount of like clutch situations that you guys were
Yeah.
able to scrape together. Was a lot of that just pure intuition and mechanical skill, or did you guys have information, drones, like what?
So a lot of it was just going through the game plan beforehand, making sure we swung full angles, and we definitely had droning, a lot of comms. We were just,
Hmm.
honestly, on one round, I told him that I hand fed him the win because I told him exactly where people were going to be down to counting down the swing, for him. But I mean, it's I would say about half intuition, about half teamwork. It definitely takes a certain type of player,
Hmm.
especially on Nas, who's tries part to just be able to swing and stay cool, calm, and collected in those situations.
Yeah. So, what were your expectations kind of coming into this series, and were you happy with the result, or had you wish it gone a little bit more in your favor?
Um, I definitely am happy the way it's gone. We came into this, looking for a fight. We know that we won last time, but we weren't counting them out in any way, shape, or form. They are, a very decent team. We just made sure that we were trying to do what we did best and execute, even if we did, minor things wrong. So happy as I can be with the outcome. Of course, there's always room for improvement, but at this point in time, I'm happy we got the
Yeah.
dub.
Heck yeah. So one of those parting shots we had, we on your final attacking rounds, it was Montania pick every single round there, going for a few different picks as well. So what was your guys' thought process there, especially bearing down on a match point in playoffs?
So for border, I mean, at least the top floor attack, it's always predictable to go through those double walls. So we thought that just pushing through behind site would just give them something that they probably weren't prepared for. We saw a little bit of success with it the first time, so we just thought, if it ain't broke, don't
A
fix
little
it.
bit.
And we, yeah, a little bit. We were able to push through the backside and create backside control, whether we were using gridlock or nomad to cut off flank, and we were just able to execute from there.
Sweet. And actually, going off of those as well in our final round, you specifically were the one who ended up in objective in office, like 20 seconds into the round and pick up a 3K to send you guys home after all of that. We didn't get to quite see you coming in there. We just didn't expect it coming up so fast. Did you just sledge your way in through that wall right through the window?
I think I came right through the door, right through the south entrance balcony door,
Hmm.
the one that comes up east side stairs.
Wait, and then did you just
And
walk all
then,
the way up to the printer and then just run through
oh
Fountain?
yeah, yep, yep. I just walked through Fountain, walked right
Did
up
you
in the
did
site.
you, did you have
I
intel
pre
on all
fired the
that?
right. What's up?
Did you have intel on all that, or are you just going?
Nope. I just full volume sound, told everybody for comms, and I just swung it. I was just like, guys, let's get out of here. I'm
Oh
tired.
my god. Yeah,
Fair,
I feel like
fair.
there you're getting that reliance on just feeling it out. And I mean, obviously you showed us exactly what you're made of, dominating those first few rounds of map 1 on your clubhouse. When it was bought every round, we are like, okay, this guy 7-0 in 2 rounds, like going to be a player to watch out for. So it's nice to see you really show up at the beginning, really show up at the end, and then actually get to talk to you here at the end.
Yeah, it was great talking to you guys. Thank you for taking time out.
Of course.
All right. Well, all right. That'll clear us up for tonight on our B stream. There's still a match going on our A stream, NECC underscore esports. So that will get you guys going with our, I think, our other match in this division. Oh, maybe not.
Ooh.
But we do have an updated bracket coming off of this match and our other one on the bottom half of this bracket. So if you look at our third match, the 2-7 pairings, NEC and Louisville, of course, this was the 2-0 for NEC. They'll be going up against Central Methodist University on their next match. So a 2-0 on both sides here. UNA Gaming and Hawking College still coming up. So we'll be seeing this bracket update as we go on. This is Emergence East, by the way, if you are not fully up to date.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, that is it on the B stream. We've still got a stream going over on the A stream, but thank you guys so much for tuning in to these two matches that, I was here for. We have McCready and then we had Treasure, both delightful as always. Exciting matches to boot. We've got playoffs for Rainbow Six continuing next week, so make sure you tune in.
Not next week. For Thanksgiving, we'll be taking a week off, but we'll be back to it in 2 weeks.
Thanksgiving. Oh,
And then in 3 weeks, so the week after that one for semifinals, we'll be back for that all-awaited finals. And that'll be very, very exciting through that day. And we'll be best of fives for that too. So make sure you're keeping up with these brackets as we conclude the NECC season.
Yeah, of course. So we'll see you guys, not next week, but in two weeks, right? Yeah, 2 weeks.
2 weeks, yeah.
All right, guys. See you then.